Seems rather quiet.
Yeah, man. Quiet morning. Hope all is well, bro. Welcome, Tim. How's it going?
Thank you.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So it's come to my attention that a team of amateurs went up into a Dragon space capsule and claimed to have orbited the Earth for 3 days. And this took place just a few months ago. Actually, just last year. Does anybody remember anything about a SpaceX mission involving 3 to 4 amateurs, a crypto billionaire, and several days in outer space for them? I sure as heck don't remember this. It was called Fram 2, FRAM 2. What's even more peculiar is their YouTube video has a documentary about this. It's like an hour and 20 minutes long, and it's got 450 views. That's it. And even more peculiar, their Twitter site was founded in 2018. Obviously repurposed from something else. So back to the Fram 2, the Fram 2 SpaceX Dragon launch. I was just watching the video and I was looking at the acceleration rate. It appeared that about every second, 120 kilometers per hour was being added to the Fram 2's velocity. Given its trajectory and its velocity and the rate of change, that's between 3 to 4 Gs, closer to 4 Gs of acceleration. And what's I find rather interesting is if you go to YouTube and you look at how much stress that induces on a human body, you're going to find examples of people having a difficult time breathing, very uncomfortable, especially sustained for as long as they have. And, we don't have any indications that they're wearing G suits. It doesn't even look like they are. They're not plugged into anything. We also don't see any signs of visible stress on any of the participants inside. They're just like twiddling their thumbs as if they're commuting in the morning on autopilot. Find it fascinating.
There we go. I got you on the G-force graphic. A lot of folks end up passing out when they try and do that the first time. That ain't no joke.
Yeah, like 4 Gs of acceleration. I just saw a clip of an Air Force pilot in training on a centrifuge who started passing out at 4 Gs and they had to slow it back down to 1.5 and ask her if she was okay. So, like, there's no getting around this. And you look at the passengers inside the Dragon capsule here in this video, and they're like tapping their hands on their knees, like they're waiting, like, like they're waiting for the commercials to be over so they can get back to their movie. There's no indication that they'd gone through any special training for their cardiovascular system to deal with this kind of stress either. One of the guys looked rather old. Just saying. I mean, for God's sake, William Shatner did this, supposedly 90 years old.
I reckon
Yeah.
the pressure increases to the point where the entire time you're basically manually breathing.
Yep. I watched another centrifuge video. Actually, it was the same one. The guy's like, at like 3.5 Gs.
Yeah, it's freaking insane.
Yeah. So what is like, maybe there are many reasons why it seems nobody's heard of this. Maybe it's because there are some problems with it. Maybe they don't want all the publicity that it could have garnered. So, but they don't want to deny that it ever happened. They leave it up, but they don't seem to be actively promoting it. And of course, there's some obvious issues when they get to their altitude. They are showing extreme ultra wide lensing effects. filming the Earth. What I find fascinating is it's not just an ultra wide filter or lens rather that they're using. It's the sinusoidal curve of the Earth's horizon. It's not just like a curving horizon, but it's a curving horizon that has a rate of change to the curve itself. We've seen this before in some of the wonky donkey Chinese ISS footage where the horizon would start to rotate in the camera's field of view and would form S-shaped curves. Similar phenomena is happening here. And I can only envision this happening when you have a curving surface that's being projected onto another curving surface, kind of like what we talk about when it comes to eclipse shadows that should be curving in the same form. As a result of the projection of a curving surface, where the surface normal is changing its angle, arriving at another object to a curving surface whose surface has a curving changing angle to normal, you're going to get this weird distortion happening. You're not going to get just a simple curve, you get a complex curve. So we see that happening in this footage, and it just kind of makes me wonder, so they're in a cupola, okay, and I get that there might be some distortion of the cupola, particularly like where the cupola meets the housing, where the glass might be thicker. But that's not what they're really showing. They're showing Earth, and they're showing a horizon that's got this S-shaped curve deformation. It's almost like they're inside a miniaturized version of the Las Vegas sphere, that massive LED Epcot Center-like sphere with super high pixel density. It's almost like they're inside an IMAX theater. They got this, I can envision a curved surface around their capsule. And on this curved surface, they're watching a gigantic movie on super high-res LED screens. That curved surface then gets projected through an ultra wide angle lens, and now you've got the making of the complex curvature geometry that we're seeing in the footage of this warping S-shaped Earth horizon. And it brings to mind, if I were to want to fake some of this stuff, perhaps one of my proposals would be to put a real crew inside of a rocket. I'm not saying that even happened here, but an extreme version might be to create a real rocket with a real crew inside, and they're inside a capsule, and the capsule's encased in a fairing. But inside the fairing is a little IMAX movie theater, 360 degrees. So the people get to go into massive parabolic rocket arcs and experience real weightlessness. They get to film themselves bouncing around inside the capsule, and they get to film themselves looking out of the cupola onto a curved LED screen simulating the Earth. And the rocket completes its parabolic arc trajectory. They pull down the shades, the fairing pops off, they start descending back to Earth. Windows pop open again, the parachutes deploy, and then they're recovered by the swim team. Massive speculation here. I mean, there are just so many ways you could cut this and slice it. But it is kind of curious how the G forces don't match the stress behavior that they're exhibiting. I mean, that to me, that's a big indicator. So you got a problem there. You got a problem with this. Like, I don't know of any launch that's taken place besides this one where amateur participants did multiple days in orbit around a globe. I have no recollection of any of this. I mean, they make these big deals out of Katy Perry going up really high in a massive rocket elevator and looking out over the horizon and coming straight back down again. Same with Will Shatner and all these others. It seems to be all that we have space tourism going for today is just straight up and down. But then this multiple day expedition, not just any orbit too, but a polar orbit. My goodness, that according to space nerds, polar orbits are extremely difficult to pull off in and of themselves. What did they do for food and water and going to the bathroom? I went through the footage. I'm not saying they don't have anything for, handling human logistics, but I've yet to come across anything for handling such human logistics. Would they tell them to do? Hold it while they were up there for 3 days, 4 days? So this Fram 2 space exploration seems to have a lot of strange anomalies going for it. It was funded by some shady crypto billionaire that like nobody's heard about apparently. I call him shady because I don't know who he is. I think anybody that just kind of pops up onto the scene as a crypto billionaire is kind of suspicious. He supposedly funded the whole thing start to finish. I I don't know. And the repurposed Twitter account from 2018, like the name of the Twitter account is like Fram2 whatever exploration or something, which wasn't even a twinkle in anybody's eye in 2018. I mean, this thing just popped off less than a year ago. So somebody's taken aged accounts and recycling them. The main movie has like 450 views on it. Like the documentary they made. I think it's up to 500 now. Like, what is going on, folks? And they have all these side stories going on with it. Like there was a German girl on board or something who was a ham radio expert. My first thought is, what? A female ham radio operator? I've, where on earth do you find such unicorns? Because all the ham radio operators I know are over 50 or over 60 or over 70 even, and old men at that. Now I get that there are amateur radio clubs here and there. I don't I don't really know this to be a popular hobby for Germans. So you start like multiplying out the statistical probability. You've got like a female space nerd who's into ham radio. I mean, this is like running into you know female gamers, right? Multiplied by 1,000. So then you got claims of all these amateur radio operators on the ground that are supposedly tracking the telemetry of this thing. Okay. Hoping to talk to a space girl. By the way, if you've seen those helmets from SpaceX that looks like male urinals, they were wearing those for this trip. You know the ones I'm talking about? Somebody made a meme about this several years ago. Yeah, the SpaceX helmet from their uniform looks just like a urinal. Okay, there's another video hosted by a more official source. 3.3 million views. That makes more sense. All right, so this adds some extra context. All right, I'm going to just kind of go through some live research here. Live research. Okay, Fram2. What else can we find out about this? Fram2.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are y'all doing? Any debate
I'm
going on?
fine. Yeah, just going through some research of the Fram2 space flight, polar space flight that took place less than a year ago. It was an amateur space flight lasting 3 days, doing a polar orbit, they claim, and funded by a crypto billionaire. So the, one of the participants, Jannica Mikkelsen, was actually in a prior space mission to Fram2. She was in the One More Orbit mission in 2019. Interesting. Which wasn't a space flight per se, but it was an around the world mission that claimed to have gone over the North and South poles. And what's
Oh,
further interesting is this individual was big into film and tech and was big into 3D modeling, um, 3D film production, had worked with virtual reality and immersive media. Isn't that interesting? So she's famously known for 360-degree film documentaries, which is interesting
okay.
given the 360-degree view outside of the cupola of the Dragon capsule that they were in. So she created the Lunar Window VR installation for the Apollo 11 50th anniversary at this Kennedy Space Center complex. Well, this is interesting, folks. Just 5 minutes ago, for the audience listening, I was describing a mini Las Vegas sphere, almost like an IMAX theater dome that could have been put around a mock-up of this Dragon capsule for this flight, for this particular flight that we were talking about, Fram2. And this this gal, this gal is responsible for designing such a piece of technology. Isn't that fascinating? The VR installation allows users to experience a window view related to the lunar mission. This is for the Apollo 11 50th anniversary gala at Kennedy Space Center. It was part of a larger project involving 10,000 photos and a mosaic to commemorate the 400,000 people who worked on Apollo. The installation is part of a series of activations, including displays at Times Square, London, and Singapore.
Okay.
Wow. All right. So she makes space movies.
Like real independent space movies?
Yeah. Virtual cinematography, VR, and immersive documentary work. So a couple of her names include Cosmic Perspective. She worked on Great Barrier Reef, VR immersive documentary. It sounds like something I've seen at an IMAX movie, 3D IMAX or something. She co-founded her own production company, O2XR, specializing in filmmaking in extreme environments, such as Arctic regions, airborne platforms, and remote locations that helped lead her to her role on Fram2. So, summary of her life before this Fram2 mission. So, she was born in Scotland, raised in Norway. She became an extreme athlete. Her education involves film and cinematography degrees. Professional career was launched doing stereoscopic filming, pivoted then later to virtual reality and immersive technology. Accolades include European Cinematography Awards for influential technology and other recognitions. She participated in the One More Orbit polar circumnavigation project. Yeah, Jannica Mikkelsen. Very fascinating that she would also be on Fram2.
isn't it interesting as well how she participated in one more orbit, and she was the one that was in charge of the live stream, which was proven, wasn't it? It was shown that they didn't actually the path that they said they did, because Antonio Zubrates was watching the live stream and they didn't even go over Antarctica at all.
Right. Right. The claimed location was different from the projected location, the planned location. That's true. So you have already a questionable production that our community has torn to shreds back in 2019. And the same character appears here for this one. This is just fascinating, dude. The rabbit hole goes deep. I was telling the audience about the G-forces. So if every second 120 kilometers per hour is being added to the velocity of this craft, that does translate to about 3.6 Gs, assuming there's no like parabolic arc. But there is a parabolic arc. This could easily throw the Gs back up closer to 4. 4 Gs, I would say, is easily what is being undergone as far as stresses on the body and the craft itself. And these guys are just like tapping their hands on their knees. They look like they're having a great grand old time, dude. I was telling Ethergress here, it almost looked like that they were bored, like you're waiting for the commercials to end so you can get back to your pre-programmed television show. Like that's how much stress they appear to be undergoing. So then I started pulling up videos of people in these centrifuges that are training to be fighter pilots, and then they're passing out at like 3 and 4 Gs for the first time, and they're having trouble breathing. Like, what's going on here? What's going on? How come none of these people appear to be exhibiting any stress whatsoever? They're like moving their arms, moving their feet, they're checking their notes, they're looking up, they're looking at each other. This does not comport to the kind of stresses that I would expect somebody to be feeling. I mean, if you've been in a car, like if you've been in a high performance car, and someone slams on the accelerator, you can actually like you can push yourself up against the back of the seat, and the driver smash the gas pedal, and when you accelerate forward in a supercar, the G-forces are going to keep your back pressed up against the seat, and your feet and knees and legs and everything are going to be in the air. And that's
Yep.
probably close to around 3 Gs. You're going to feel your face start to peel back, and the blood starts to rush towards the back of your head. You're going to feel that. It's going to be shocking at first. But and to think that feeling doesn't end and intensifies. You know, for however long it took them to get launched. What was this, like a 15-minute journey? Someone's hot micing or trying to cut in. Anyway. Really fascinating, dude. I'm gearing up for a little road trip here. I have to do some dishes and finish packing. So I'm going to be listening.
Stay blessed, man. Watch out for zombies.
Okay. TJ, as I was watching this, I actually saw some cut scenes that I remember Crit talking about at one point some time ago. I think Crit knows all about this. If Josh Ingersoll comes in here, I bet he knows everybody on the team.
This reminds me of the Gravitron. when you were talking about people being stuck to the seat, I posted an image in the side chat. Folks are stuck up against the wall as it's spinning around. When things are moving fast enough, you cannot move. You get like glued down to whatever surface is behind you.
Yeah, look up how many G's the gravitron is. That'd be a great point of comparison.
AI says the gravitron typically generates forces up to 3 Gs.
Six.
Be right back in a few.
Well, still no globe believers in here. What's going on? What about Mr. Nice Guy? Do you think you live on a ball? Can you talk? Guess not. How about Mersal? Hello. Want to say hi? All right, I'm 0 for 2. What about Ether Grass? Do you live on a ball? AG must not be at his mic. Oh well, if anyone's listening out there in YouTube land, Rumble land, whatever land, you think you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, come in here and discuss it. This is the best place on earth to talk about the actual physics and natural things happening on the earth. This has been Dead Air Dave. Okay, let's try to say hello to Salty Fries 25. Your name allegedly is not very healthy, but can you at least say hello? You got a mic, bro? All right, not having much luck stirring up anything, so I'll shut up. The Earth is not a spinning ball. Somebody prove me wrong.
You do.
Welcome.
What's going on?
Just hanging out. How about you?
I'm good. Mhm.
Everybody's just doing their thing. People are around, but you know how it is, life. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any, though. And I
No.
can try and
I
answer.
know.
All right, good.
Go ahead if you want to say anything.
Or
Mhm.
welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Take it easy, everybody. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Wow.
Hello, guys. See, someone who is flattered here. How can I see the same? How can I not see the same guy when I travel to England and when I'm in Australia? If the Earth is flat.
Hello, if you're still here, ask the question again. Did anybody answer you yet? Guy that asked the question about the sky. Are you still here? Is my mic working? Okay, I was listening on YouTube. Some guy asked a question about something about the sky, but I guess they already left. It's always about the sky, never about the surface. Anyway.
Okay. Yo. So the Earth is round. It's a fact. You know.
It's a fact. So tell us the fact about the Earth being round. Go ahead.
I was in space.
You what?
I was in space, bro.
You were in space. So you just
Yes.
came in here to troll, right?
Yes. I saw that the Earth was round.
So you just came in here to troll. You don't want to take this subject seriously.
Yeah, I take this seriously, bro.
He was in
Okay,
Earth.
well, seriously, show me measurements of Earth curvature in reality. Go ahead.
Bro, Tanner, he went to space with me.
Anybody else want to engage this guy?
So can you show me the math for Earth being flat then?
If you want to hear about math, you have to use the globe math and then compare that math to reality, and it doesn't match up. We don't have curvature over, drop over distance. If you understand that, which you probably don't.
Or why you assume that?
Do you think a large body of water can maintain and display curvature on its surface?
Yeah, because of gravitation. Yes.
Okay. If that gravity is working on that water, then we should be able to measure the drop over distance.
That's why
And we
if
never
you have
do.
a glass in the water, then you pour the glass out, the water will go down.
Even if we give you gravity and we say the water's curving, you can never prove it. It's not happening, sir. Water doesn't do that. I'm
Bro,
sorry.
does the water just fall off the edges?
Yeah, why don't it? You tell
So
me.
there's edge of Earth, so you believe like the Vikings did. Now we're like much more advanced in
We're
our
not talking
society.
about what I believe. We're talking about what I can prove.
You cannot prove
And I
anything.
can prove that water doesn't form convexity on the surface. Can you prove me wrong?
Is Earth a plate or a block? Like, what do you think it is, bro? Like,
Is there two of you on the same microphone?
what do you mean?
Or is this the same person talking every time?
No, it's someone else as well.
So you got two of you, and both of you are not going to take the subject seriously, right?
I
You're
take it
taking this
seriously.
seriously. But you're just saying that.
What's the shape of the Earth? Is it like fully
I
flat?
don't know the shape of the Earth. Do you know the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, it's round.
Okay, prove it.
Yeah, I've seen it myself.
Round's not mutually exclusive to being flat, just by the way. A penny is round and flat, isn't it?
Well, like, does the
You're talking about
water
it.
flow off the edges?
You're
Does the
talking about a
water flow off
sphere,
the
right? Prove to me the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Go ahead.
Prove that it isn't. It's a better question. Because it's already common fact that it is. So prove that it isn't.
If you live on a ball, we're going to have to see some curvature. So I need measurements of curvature, drop over distance. Go ahead.
There is math for it.
I know there's math, but when you go out to reality and you measure a body of water, it doesn't match up to the math. Do you understand that?
How?
The water just lays there flat instead of curving away. Because water doesn't do that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if you think water does do that, you need to go out to a beach and measure that curvature and show it to us. Go ahead.
But you're gonna remember we're so little perspective. Like imagine a human standing on a
That
big
argument
ball.
doesn't work, sir, because they gave us a number and we can test that number against reality, and it does not match up.
Have any proof?
There's all kinds of proof for it. I'm driving right now, so I can't post anything, but I'm sure somebody will put something in there. And there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of observations now of just the horizon being much further than it should be on a physical globe horizon. You understand what I mean by that?
No, I don't understand.
If we're on a ball, the horizon, depending on the viewer's height, it should be a specific certain distance away from the viewer. And it never is. We can always see further. So we're not on a ball. I'm sorry, it's not my fault.
The Earth isn't perfectly round. I don't believe anyone believes that.
It's perfectly round. You can chant that all you want, but you have no evidence to back it up.
It's
That
not even
doesn't
a little
bother
bit
you at all.
round. It's not even a little bit round. There's no curve measured, so it's flat.
It's not flat. So where do you think the water
Go
goes?
ahead, Raven, if you want this. I can't say
Water.
anything.
Where's the water supposed to go?
Is it flowing off the edges, bro?
Edges of what?
Of the Earth.
So where? Where would it? Where would it fly? Where would it fly off to?
In space.
No, space is fake.
Okay.
Are you for real? Have you seen the moon?
Oh, did I ruin your troll? Yeah, you
No.
can't prove space is real either.
People
Rockets
been in
don't.
space, bro.
No,
Okay,
people
okay,
people
bro.
have not been anywhere. People have been in to see unicorns too.
Okay, I have a question. So the lights in the
Everybody
air.
always has a question.
So the lights in the air is just
There are
like
proofs for
CIA
people being
with
in space. What do you mean?
lights, you know. Is it just CIA fake? Is space fake, bro?
Oh, speaking
So
of CIA, did you know in August, September of 2025, right around that time, Donald Trump renamed NASA as an intelligence agency. Now they're a spy agency like the CIA. Thank you for mentioning that.
the best president.
You're talking about spy agencies in the CIA. I thought I'd mention it. NASA is now one, and you guys can call them a spy agency in the CIA, and them pretending to do stuff now.
Good, bro.
Yeah, but like, what is like the lights we see? Is it not stars, bro? What is it?
Yep, lights we see.
What is the moon?
Yep, another light.
No, moon. We
it's
can clearly see it, man.
So it's just the CIA with lights in the air.
So now it's the CIA and NASA. Is that what you guys are saying?
So they sit in the air with lights, lighting all over the globe with light, you know.
So there's lights in the sky, and you think a guy flies up there and puts them there?
Yeah, bro, I think that.
Bro,
Wow.
people been in space. We have a record.
Nobody's been to space. No one's been to space.
Yes, no, yes, people been in space.
No. Space is fake. How can you go some place that doesn't exist?
It's not fake, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, that one hurts you guys, doesn't it? Yeah, you can't prove that it's even real. You can't prove that air can stick around a ball in a vacuum.
You're giving me cortisol spike.
Oh my goodness. People don't believe in space. You know, there's multiple videos. I know.
No. Yeah, there's videos of unicorns too, and people doing magic, pulling rabbits out of hats.
Oh my goodness. That's like no argument, bro. Like, it's just denying truth. Like, it's so funny.
Bro, Professor, can I send something to you, bro?
Did you know that you're talking about yourself denying the truth when you say that?
No, I'm not. So.
Yeah, you
That's
are.
a lot of projection there, right, Professor Triangle? Go ahead.
So now what do you got left? Flying into a place that doesn't exist doesn't work to prove that you live on a ball.
You're not proving the space doesn't exist.
Yeah. You can't prove that it's real. It's your positive claim that all that shit is real. We don't have to prove it or disprove it. It's your claim that space is real and rockets fly up there. It's your claim that we live on a ball spinning around in a vacuum that's covered in water and air, which cannot happen in a vacuum. That's all your claims. I don't have to disprove something that doesn't exist.
AI didn't exist in 1960.
So okay, what do you think about
of rockets
the sun? and light traveling to Earth? Don't you believe it's traveling
Calm
through
down, guys. One question at a time now. Go ahead, Professor.
Why would I have to think about the sun?
It doesn't exist according to you.
Yeah, in your
But
logic.
what about it according to me? I see it all the time. Well, now it's winter. I don't get to see it all the time.
It's
Bro,
Mossad,
where do you
bro.
think it travels through? Just spawns on Earth?
Overhead, yeah, it goes east to west. Did you know that? Did you know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west?
Okay, so what if the Earth isn't round? Why does
It's
people in
not.
China have night while people in Europe have day? If
The
it's not
sun
round.
moves. It's funny how I just told you that the sun moves, and then you asked me how do
If it
people
was
have darkness and other people have
The
light,
sun, where is the sun?
I said the sun moves
But-
from east to west, and you forgot I
Hello.
said that.
But
Hello,
where's the sun?
if
Where is the sun?
Up in the sky where you see it.
In the sky. How far away, bro?
In space.
No,
It's
space
not
is
in the
fake.
sky.
You can't have fire and gas balls in a vacuum, you retards.
Oh my goodness.
Who is Yuri Gagarin? Who is Neil Armstrong, bro? Like, is it just
TV
AI, bro?
actors? TV actors?
So it's just AI, bro. It's just AI. Okay.
Oh wow, you're already down to AI. You went from a brain in a jar to just everything is AI now.
Yeah, but you probably think it's AI because like there's video recordings.
Why would
of
I
rockets
think
going
anything's
up.
AI?
There's video recordings of rockets going up in the air. You know.
No, rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Oh, what happens with them? Do they just go down again?
Yeah, they come right back down again. Isn't that amazing? What goes up must come down.
How does rockets work in
Where
vacuum?
if space doesn't exist, then there is no vacuum.
Yep. No vacuum.
So what is vacuum then?
Something you guys made up so that you can't go somewhere?
Oh, so you can't have a rocket in vacuum, but vacuum doesn't.
No,
exist.
you cannot. Yes, you cannot.
Bro,
Rockets do not work in a vacuum. There's nothing for rockets to push off of. There's no air to push off of.
but that's
They
not how
require
it
air
works.
Vacuum
pressure.
doesn't exist
No.
according
They
to you.
require air pressure.
No.
But vacuum doesn't exist according to you. So-
Right. They require air pressure. Rockets don't work in a vacuum. They
No.
require air pressure.
Bro, this is not about air pressure. It's about
Yes, it is about air pressure. The whole thing is about air pressure.
There's no resistance in space. That's why. My goodness, are you dumb?
What's the rocket going to push off of?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
If there is no vacuum to exist, then like why do you mention vacuum? If you don't
There's
vacuum
you know what an engine is? Oh my goodness.
Do you guys know how rockets even work?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me. It's sitting on the launch pad. What happens?
The engine starts.
Uh-huh.
And then a big force. What do you call them? A big force pushes it off, caused by the engine.
So it's the engine. If it's the engine that's doing all the work, it's not pushing off of anything.
No, there's
No?
air resistance though, pushing the engine.
Well, let's
How it
take a
works in
look.
space.
Let's take a look in the side chat and see how rockets work in a vacuum or don't work. So this is a time lapse of one instantly shooting of. This is a rocket shooting its exhaust out in a vacuum. You'll see it does not move until that exhaust hits the rocket. Bounces off the wall and comes back, and then you'll see it move a little bit. Boop, there it goes. That's because rockets don't work in a vacuum. There's nothing for them to push off of. 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 Dude, there's nothing for them to push off of.
I'll show you a video, buddy. Stop screaming. Like, chill down. People cause to scream when they are wrong, by the way.
No, because you're talking over me.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, true.
Look at that. Have a look. Reality check. Like.
Yeah,
I
please
did.
quit over
I
talking
posted
me.
your
You're
reality
over-talking
check
all the
for
time.
you.
On your fake ass reality check, so why does it stop working? Why does it stop working?
Why is what still working?
Why does your syringe stop working, bro?
Why is what still working?
You sent a syringe blowing. Like why?
Uh-huh.
Why did it stop blowing?
Oh my goodness.
Because it had a charge in it. You know, a little explosion inside of it. That's why it did that.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
and why does it stop? Why does it stop? Because
It doesn't
have any
stop. It
charge.
doesn't move at all until that shockwave comes back and hits it.
No.
But you said there is nothing for you to push off of.
Right. The back wall in that vacuum chamber. Where's the back wall in your vacuum chamber in the sky?
But you said vacuum doesn't exist.
Right. It doesn't exist in the sky. Correct.
In the sky, bro. In space.
How do you just
Hey,
how do you
hey,
create vacuum?
Triangle,
How
did you see what he posted? Did you see what he posted as his
uh-uh.
proof of a
No.
can exploding in a vacuum? That was his.
Oh,
his
oh my
rocket
God!
explo-
Really?
Yeah, a soda can exploding in a vacuum.
That's
was his
what would
proof
happen
of
to the
rockets in a vacuum.
ISS. If you put the ISS in a vacuum, it would explode.
Oh my goodness. Delusional.
Oh my goodness! You don't know how anything works. Oh my goodness! What'd you sell at the store today?
Huh?
Nothing.
Man, de hade ju åkt ner till Titanic.
Ah, there you go.
Is the unemployment so high?
Yeah, you say this, bro. You
Is
can
that
either
best you
work
guys
as
have? Is that the best you guys have? A can exploding in a vacuum?
only work as
Yeah, but
ICE
if it
agent or
exploded and didn't
gender,
push off
bro.
anything, how did it move then? Like the fuck?
It's in a tiny little vacuum chamber and it exploded.
Yeah,
but
it's not a vacuum. It's not a vacuum
according to you
anymore.
guys, it wouldn't
Kids.
move.
Kids, it's not a vacuum anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Bro, you're the dumbest person in the room. Don't say, "Oh my goodness." I
I'm
bet
not the
I could
dumbest.
ask you basic questions about the globe that you're defending, and I bet you can't answer one of them.
oh, the Action Lab, they're so tough, bro. 5 million subscribers. Oh my god, I trust them, bro.
5 million subscribers for what? Exploding cans in a vacuum?
Yes.
So 5 million subscribers know that the ISS is impossible to fly in a vacuum.
No, it's probably 5
No,
million
it's not. No,
subscribers
they don't know that now. Now they don't know that, is what you're telling me. You got any other great videos you want to post that we can make fun of that are proof for us?
Yes, I'll send you.
That's always a showstopper when you guys have to try to prove space is real. It's always that's the end. You guys give up at that point. You're like, well, I can't do that. Nobody can do that. So let's call people names now.
I sent video, check right now.
Tell me what you sent.
Sent video, bro.
Of?
Proving Earth is round.
So this is your proof. This has measurements in it.
Pretty sure.
You
You didn't even watch it? I don't have to watch it either.
I did.
Why do we have
Long time ago.
timestamps, may I ask you?
Did you just post something that you hadn't even seen?
Yeah, that's why I question him. He just posted something. There's my proof. Did it have measurements? I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Wow. You globers are freaking hilarious, man.
And then he deafened
Here's a video
himself.
that I haven't even seen because it says
Look at that
flat
video I
Earth
sent.
debunked or something like that. Well, you haven't even looked at it. Tell me about the video, retard. Go on.
I haven't looked at it. What do you mean?
You
Like the
haven't
one
looked at it, or you have looked at it?
I have.
You have? Okay, tell me about it.
The one I sent?
Yeah, the one you sent, obviously. Which
It
one do you
shows-
think I was talking about? Obviously, the
shows
one
multiple
that you
proof.
sent was the one that I was asking you about.
Multiple proof. It shows.
Oh yeah. Tell me about what's the best proof in it? Go.
Timestamps.
Oh yeah, you're
Gravity,
scrolling
sun,
through it right now. Are you on the
stars,
spot to try to tell me
horizons.
about it?
No,
Gravity.
look at it.
Horizon. What about the horizon? Tell me. What
You
about
get
the
a
horizon?
reality check and then you're gonna cry.
Yeah, define.
Gravity,
What does
bro.
it say about horizons, bro? What does it say about horizons? Tell me.
That is
No
curved.
pausing. Just tell me that it's
It's curved.
curved. Really? Is that why they call it a
Look
horizon?
at
A
it if you want to.
horizontal line.
Bro, the sun has gone down right now for me. Where is the sun,
Oh
bro?
wow, the sun moves
So
the
yeah,
sun goes away.
Hold on, slow down, guys. We got earth-breaking, shattering news. Please announce that again for us, because I've never seen this happen.
It's dark in my country right now, bro.
Oh my God! What happened?
I think it disappeared, must because the Earth
I
is
guess the sun moved again, like it did yesterday. Then
Oh,
when it
no.
happened yesterday, did you run around your house telling people it got dark outside?
No,
Okay, but where did it went?
No.
If Earth is flat, then you should always see the sun. Where's this
Uh-oh,
time
so
from?
I guess when they went to Antarctica and saw the sun for 24 hours, that means the Earth is flat.
It's because you know, the Earth rotates around its own axis.
No,
you know?
you can't keep adding things together. First you had space, now you have rotating balls in a vacuum. And then you
All of
have
it
rotating balls in a vacuum with water and air sticking around them. You keep
my
adding shit together. You got to start subtracting some of that shit. And let's get to the real truth.
This all proves, like, you need to wake up, like, it's Saturday, bro. Like, look outside.
Does that mean you're allowed to come in here and lie or pretend you don't know anything?
I'm not lying, bro.
Swear on your mom that the Earth is flat.
Space is fake.
Swear on your mom that space is fake.
Okay, I swear on my mom that space is fake. How's that?
Hey, have you ever seen the horizon curving with your own eyes?
Okay, I will see something.
Listen, answer the
swear-
question.
I-
Answer the
okay,
question. Answer the
I,
question.
answer the
Ha-
question.
Answer the question, bro. You're gonna have to answer the question. Have you seen the horizon curving with your own eyes?
It's human perspective,
Yes,
remember?
I have.
You have. Swear on your mom that you have.
I swear on my mom I have, bro.
Oh,
Swear on
Oh,
he's gonna kill her
shit.
tonight. Yeah, your mom's gonna die tonight.
She's alive and well, you know. But I bet yours.
Well,
is
you better tell her
risky.
that. You better tell her that you swore her life on something. You better call her now, so at least she knows to look both ways when she crosses the street trying to get on a bus.
Bro, you crisped your mom, bro. You just said I swear on my mom that the space is fake. Oh.
You know there's a space station, right?
No, there's not.
Yes, I've been in it, bro.
Oh, see, you always have to lie. Everybody comes in here and lies.
There's videos of people
Oh.
floating around, you know, filming when they go up.
Oh yeah, actually, is that AI, bro? Is that AI, or is it like is it like a leaf blower filling them up, or invisible strings?
You think that's funny, floating on strings?
Here, have a look at this video.
Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny floating on strings?
It's not strings.
I asked you a question. Do you think it's funny floating on strings?
Yes.
Oh, so what if NASA does it? Is it funny still?
I'm pretty sure they don't float on strings though. So
how do they float? How do they float?
They float because there is less gravitational pull up in there, you know, in the space.
So this water drop shouldn't fall from the top of the base drop down from the top because it should just float like I
We
posted.
have gravitation on Earth because of the math.
Oh, so now you got gravity. Okay, so first you don't have gravity, you float around, but then when I show you the things fall in their videos, now they have gravity. So sometimes they have gravity, sometimes they don't have gravity. You guys need to make up your mind.
There is always gravity, but it's way less on Earth.
Oh, so there's always gravity, but it's always you can't feel it.
Also, that's clearly a sped up footage.
If
by the
there's
way,
a big mass,
it's clearly sped up footage. It's clearly
towards it.
sped up footage.
So that's how all the snacks come to you when you sit down, bro.
That's all you fat dudes think about is eating snacks.
Yeah.
I don't know any fat guys in here. Can you see them?
And you're one of them.
Me? How? Proof.
I can hear it. I can hear you breathing heavy.
Look, why you're flat, you're not round. I can prove it. Because when I look at your stomach, it doesn't curve.
Oh, you guys look at each other's stomachs? That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's a female.
Oh, I bet. You guys don't know what you are. Where's my flying on the strings? Anyway, well, the other guys, they're all flying on strings. Monkeys are flying on strings. People are floating in airplanes. People are throwing gang signs in the ISS. Look at gang signs.
All right, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, what?
Holy AI, bro.
Unemployment rate.
Oh yeah, I know you're on unemployment. Look at blowing up globe Earths. They fall in the ISS.
Bro,
But everything else, floats. Everything else floats. Just globes don't float in a vacuum.
But the only thing you can work with in USA is a janitor or ice. Ice agent.
Oh, you want me to work for ICE?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing
Well,
you can work as.
I'm coming
in
after you
USA.
first.
Well, I would never enter illegally, so good luck. I wouldn't even enter the shithole.
Oh, I know. Nobody ever wants to come here.
Right.
People like to walk around in the streets that smell like poop with cows walking all over them.
India?
Why are you bringing India into this? What did they do, bro?
I'm from India.
No shit.
No shit, bro. Is that pun intended?
Guess you've never listened to this show before.
Elon Musk is successful in your eyes.
He's a successful what?
He's an entrepreneur.
What is he a success at?
Money.
He's Tesla's co-founder and CEO, and he also owns SpaceX.
No, he doesn't own SpaceX.
Yes, he
He's not
does.
even in charge of it.
Yes, he's the CEO.
No, it's some chick as the CEO.
Yes, he's the CEO.
Some lady is the CEO.
So why would everyone say people that actually are educated?
Wow, you can't even speak anymore.
Because right now it's only
I
this.
search here. It says owner Elon Musk, CEO Elon Musk. Crazy.
You didn't search that anywhere. Go to their website.
On Google, I search.
No, you
It
didn't.
says- Yes, I did.
You guys need to learn how to use the internet properly. Oh, I look on Google. Cows walking street. It's stinky. That's a good thing.
You guys need to learn how to use the internet. Oh.
So how do you get information if you don't trust Google? Do you get your flat Earth information from Google? That's also.
Oh no, it's right from me.
They use
yeah.
they use
This
Linux
one
and
uneducated.
DuckDuckGo, bro. They are anti-Google, bro.
Google says men can get pregnant, but you guys already think that because you said your buddy's a female now.
You guys are like the Pride members, like telling there's
Bro,
10 genders, but there were only 2 genders.
Partly, like flat earther.
Is that your best globe proof?
Or is any proof and you're screaming? So.
That's your best globe proof?
Yes.
Well, you guys suck at this, don't you? All you have is imagination.
Look at this.
Do you think NASA went to the moon, Tenno?
NASA.
Yeah, do you think they went to the moon in the 60s, the 70s?
I don't know about that.
You think maybe they faked it?
I think that they could have faked it, but not in the reason to compete with the Soviet Union, because it was a race and they could fake it to spread.
You think the space race ended? Do you think the space race ended after NASA went to the moon?
No.
You think they're still competing, right? Like India said that they went to the moon. Obviously, that was fake, right? Have you looked at the footage? It's worse than NASA's footage.
But they're going to Mars now. They send like robots.
Yeah. So you believe that they faked the moon landing, but then you believe them that they're going to Mars.
This is more modern. It's like, what is it?
Because it's more modern.
76 years old.
Okay, so they would lie to you about going to the moon back then, but now they're telling the truth. You know what? Actually, they were interviewed, right? They interviewed NASA pretty recently, and they said, "How come NASA can't go back to the moon?" And NASA said that they destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build it back. Isn't that convenient?
Yeah.
But then you think they're going to go to Mars, though?
Yeah, we will see. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Artemis was supposed to take off already. They canceled that.
But the SpaceX rockets, they go to space.
Oh, no, so it's SpaceX now? So we can give up on the other company? Say, well, we give up on them, but this other one in the future says they're going to do this. So rah, 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 let's put on our cheerleading outfits and cheer for them.
Hey, Tanner, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a globe, they tell us the exact size of the globe. And then they tell us also that over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. Right? So if the surface of the globe is mostly covered in water, that means the water would all have to be curving at a specific rate, right? Due to gravity and due to the size of the globe. Agree?
I guess.
Yes. Okay, so if we have a certain distance over the surface of the water, we would be able to calculate exactly how much it should be curving over a certain distance. It's pretty easy to calculate that. Now, if we were to test that surface of water and it wasn't curving at all, would that be impossible on a globe? Or do you think that when you test the water, sometimes it might not be curving? Let's use a distance of say 20 miles as an example. What do you think? You could have 20 miles of water that's not curving, or it would have to be curving if the Earth is a globe?
Have to be curving at some degrees.
Right. Do you have any idea how much that might be? How much curvature there would be over 20 miles?
Not a lot, because the Earth is very big.
Okay, take a guess. You don't have to get it right. Just what do you think? How much do you think?
Maybe 4 meters, maybe.
Okay. Well, actually, over that distance, it would be about 80 meters, whatever 266 feet is in meters. Let me check. I'll check what that is. 266 feet, right? So 266 feet, that's like a skyscraper building height. 266 feet in meters is 81 meters. Okay, so 80 meters is like a skyscraper building. Okay, so over 20 miles, you would have to have 80 meters of curvature over that distance. So if you were standing on the globe on the top, then 80 meters away from you, it would be, 20 miles away from you, it would be 80 meters lower, like bending away from you.
Okay.
All right, but when we go out and actually test over distances of, say, 20 miles, there's zero curvature, right? And the 80 meters of curvature is completely missing.
How do you see that? What do you use?
we can use high-powered laser beams, and we could also use high-powered zoom cameras, telescopes, high-powered binoculars, different types of methods.
But that's because of the air curvature, like the density of the air curving the light. Because light is what we see, reflection of light.
So you think that the curving light completely hides the curvature over 20 miles and makes it look flat?
Yes, because it follows the curvature.
Okay, so how would you know that the curvature's there if the light bending is making it flat?
Because the air.
Where did you just make that up
following.
on the spot? Do you think that?
No, I read
Okay,
it.
where did you read that? Why would it make?
Some
Why would it
website.
make? Why would it make?
Just
all the
how
water flat. Why would it make the water flat when we go out and test for it? Explain how that would work.
wouldn't.
Right, so we got a whole skyscraper worth of curvature, right? So let's say we got a 20-mile lake. Okay, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, you're standing 20 miles away from me on the other side of the lake. You should be hidden by about 80 meters behind the horizon.
Air curvature.
And you think that the air, so how would the air allow me to see over the curvature of the earth?
Because of how light follows it. Because of the air density. I don't really know.
Do you think air is fiber optics? Is that what you think?
No, but it reflects.
You think air reflects light around corners?
Over that distance, yes. Not sharp corners.
Wow. So the military, when they're using line of sight, they're not actually looking at anything. They're actually looking using some imaginary thing out there, and they're looking around a ball at 100 miles.
They see it because of how the light reflects, and light is what we
really. So light goes around a ball. Is that what you're telling us?
Because of the air curvature around the mass, yes, of the water.
Wait, so because the Earth curves, light bends, but if the Earth didn't curve, light wouldn't bend?
Light bends with the air curvature. And
where did you ever hear that from?
I read that.
No, you didn't read that anywhere.
Why would it bend with the Earth curvature? That's not even what the mainstream says. Where did you read this nonsense?
It's not nonsense. It follows it. Air cannot go through mass.
What?
So it curves with the.
He's just making it up. He didn't read it anywhere. You can tell.
Okay, so air makes the Earth look flat, does it? Air and light makes the Earth look flat. Is that what you're telling us? Just flattens it out perfectly.
Because of how.
Huh?
Wait a second.
Yeah, go ask AI again. Do you guys ever tell AI, hey, you're wrong about that, and let it correct itself? Or do you just take the first thing it gives you and run away with it?
Wait, I have to check AI.
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't just disappear off the screen now after reading that. No, a light does not bend around the ball because it's the Earth.
On-the-spot research doesn't usually work out very well for you guys. Just letting you know. You should do your research before you open your mouth. Especially if you're talking to people that have done their research.
As I predicted, he left.
He left? Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I predicted it. I
You
told
did,
you.
man. That was good.
You can tell what these guys are gonna do. He found out that he was wrong and just went, I gotta do an Irish exit. Goodbye.
That was hilarious. Did he say what country he was from?
No, either he was from India or his friend was. I don't remember.
Yeah, it didn't sound like Indian. Maybe Egypt or something.
And he even heard me call it that he was gonna quit, and he left anyway.
76 to 86. Egypt. America. 97 to 98.
Bruh.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Great.
Stop it. Get some help.
I just had a conversation with the Glober here 5 minutes ago that ended in a most spectacular defeat ever. I need to play something on the soundboard because of that.
What happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Did they produce any definitive globe proof?
Yeah, he went to go get it. He'll be back some other day.
Is this the same person that joins the politics server Discord call? The person who's always trying to prove the Earth's globe, and then the moment you tell him and you give him evidence to the contrary, he gets angry.
He went to get the proof that light bends around the ball, bends around Earth. And, and I predicted that he's going to go Google that and see the answer and quit Discord. And 1 minute later, he went boop, goodbye.
Crazy.
How's everybody doing?
Not doing too bad. How about yourself?
All right. Enjoying the weekend.
Yes. It's a nice quiet weekend for me. Lovely. Busy week of working and time to put my feet up. So where's this guy who said that he was gonna come back? How long are we gonna wait? Hello? Everybody, has the guy came back yet?
I don't think he was planning on coming back.
Audio, my friend. Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello, hello. हाँ बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई झूठ को छुपा लिया पर हम लाइट हाँ स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका मैं बोला फोड़ता तो सीधी लगता टीवी पे दिखाते रॉकेट तू बजाता सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी करे जाता डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा डीप ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate DJ राकेश on master से मीडिया ने ब्रेन वॉश कर दिया रे फ्लैग हॉरिज़ॉन पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate DJ राकेश we liberate खोलो आँख देख ज़रा straight no spinning long was level play Textbook Malika space is real But studio lights, they reveal the deal Moon pe shadow, copy paste style DJ Rakesh laughing, bro denial News wale bole trust the science But jab pucha proof sabka silence Hum to karte observation live 21 mile like flag survive Bollywood indoctrinate, haan indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on master se Media ne brainwash kar diya re Flag horizon pe sachhiya re Bollywood indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate Kholo aankh dekh za straight No spinning globe bas level play DJ Rakesh mic pe aaya truth vibration No rotation just revelation Bollywood indoctrinate par hum to awake sabko jagane ka ye DJ ka break
Guys, I built a rocket. Let's go to see that if the Earth is flat or circular. Who gonna go with me?
What's up, bro? We got like 1 minute left. We're chilling, bro. Oh, fuck. All right, bro. I'll catch you later, man. Be safe, bro. Oh, shit.
We love the earth. It is our planet. We love the earth. It is our home. We love the earth. It is our planet. Hello, guys. We love the earth. It is our home. Balam balum bam balam bale. Balam balum bam balam bale. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay.
Lance, if you're trying to talk, we didn't hear you. What's up, Kill Man?
Finally, someone talking. Hello. Finally, hello.
Why are you not talking? Are you talking?
I am talking.
So me and you were talking. So no one. There is someone talking.
I was talking. So I was talking.
Go ahead and keep talking. Do you live on a spinning ball?
No. You do? You
You do
know?
not? Why
You know
not?
that? Do you know the? I don't know.
What do you think it is?
What do you think it is? What should I
Ask you
think that?
first. Go ahead.
The Earth is flat or no? Not at this point.
You said Earth is flat or round. What's the point, right?
Exactly.
Well, the point. I mean, you may have some arguments for that position, but do you think
Because
it's right for people to? Is it right for human beings to deceive other human beings about their actual reality? Is that
well,
okay?
of course it's not because it already happening. Not even globe Earth. So we're all used to these things. In a old time ago, people thought that the Earth is the center of the universe. Everyone believed in the church, but after that, they said that the church was lying. So people know that the world is corrupted, but still there's a lot of examples like that. We live in a corrupted world, and we know that, but nothing changes in our lives. We still live in our life, and pointing beyond our future projects. So no, it would not
Okay, I
actually.
understand what you're saying there, but like as far as the Earth being the center of the universe and stuff, come from the church and all that stuff. I mean, stuff in the sky we can't verify what's going on. So I don't claim that we're the center of anything, but I know we're not on a spinning ball in the middle of infinite speck and infinite space. You know that all that's bullshit. But
Probably.
so you really don't believe in a globe, sir?
A globe? Who believes in a globe?
A globe. You know, they taught us all in
Yeah, I know.
second
So
grade we live on a globe.
I know, but like, do you know the shape of the Earth?
I don't know the shape. Do you?
How would you know that? Even though.
Exactly. How would you?
Exactly. So how would you know it's flat or not? Using your
I
eyes?
mean, flat. No, the claim of flat is not. We're not claiming a shape. We're claiming an aspect of the surface of the Earth. It's a level. You know, it's a topography plane, and it's got hills and valleys and stuff. But as far as the water, it's basically all connected. All the oceans are connected, and they're all level. It's not a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. But like, there was gravity.
What is gravity?
Yeah.
The simple answer is gravity is the thing that they invented to keep people thinking they live on a ball.
And do you believe in
And it was
atoms?
crazy. Huh?
Do you believe in atoms, electrons?
Say again, I didn't get you.
Do you believe in molecules, atoms, this kind of
Do I
stuff?
believe in molecules and atoms?
Yep.
Do I need to believe in those things to live?
Do you believe? That's the question. Do you believe in
No,
science?
I mean, I believe in stuff people can prove to me and show me. Now, I don't know about atoms and all that stuff. I mean, that's a lot of theories and stuff, and I haven't researched that enough to give you an honest answer about that. But
not theories.
I know it's a bunch of theories, and a lot of it hasn't been proven.
No, it's not. It's not
So,
theories.
I don't, I'm not obligated to believe in anything, am I?
Yeah,
Does any human have to believe stuff?
yeah, but when you want to explain to yourself some things, you should believe in some stuff.
Not if that
I have to believe in
explanation.
atoms. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not if that explanation's a fairy tale.
For real.
Yeah, but like,
You go ahead and talk to him if you want, OG. I can't stay on here long.
I was just gonna yes and what you were saying. I'm kind of preoccupied myself at the moment. You're good.
But Kilmad's
Yeah, so you
claim.
can.
Go ahead.
Who are we talking to? Kilmad. Yeah, Kilmad.
Yeah, Kilmad.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want, right? That's cool, right? If you want to, no one's going to stop you. But if you actually want to know something, right, then you might want to look into it. You might want to test it, make sure it's actually matches reality, because we were all taught the same story about the Earth growing up. Okay, that it's a globe and it has a certain size, and there's gravity is pulling everything to the center of the globe, and the water's curving, right? And then when we go out and test that, right, we can validate that that's not true, and that the surface of the water is actually not curving at all. Right, so you can take that belief and then realize, okay, that was a belief that was false, right? And then we can go out and validate that actually the surface of water is flat, just like our common sense and physics of water tells us that it should be.
yeah, but do you believe that there's something that's attracting you to the surface, which just goes gravity?
No, I don't feel like I'm being attracted to the surface. I'm using my own energy, right, to keep myself upright. Okay, and I'm more dense than the surrounding medium.
So why don't you use your energy to fly then?
Crap.
Well, because you're more dense than the air. Why would you be able to fly?
Yeah, I mean, why would you not fly? Because there's something attracting
Well,
you.
I'm not a helium balloon, right? If you were a helium balloon or a malnourished vegan, you might be able to fly a bit easier.
Yeah, but just think about it. If there is nothing that's attracting you to the surface, then you will fly whatever you want.
Okay, so a helium balloon flies, right?
Yep.
Right, nothing's pulling that down because it's less dense than the air. If I was less dense than the air, I would float off, but I'm not.
Yeah, you'd float.
Yeah, so do you are you like a density denier or something like that, right? You deny that some things are more dense than other things?
I'm just saying there's something that's actually attracting you down. If there's not this thing, then does the density wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, we can test the density thing. Right, we can manipulate a medium and make something go down or up just by manipulating the medium only.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can change the direction that something goes just by manipulating the medium, right? That's science, right? You form a hypothesis, right? And then you set up a test to validate the hypothesis, right? You're varying and manipulating.
Well, you played on the sand was mainstream science claim about gravity.
Yeah, mainstream science claims that the water's curving, and then when we go out and put mainstream science's claim to the test, it turns out that it's nonsense and it's just pseudoscience, or it's just a mathematical model. So yeah, so obviously gravity's debunked if the water's not curving, right? If gravity was real, the water would have to be curving. Can't argue with that.
Well, you cannot. Don't believe there's something attracting you down. I do believe that because I feel it every day.
Yeah. So you don't feel that, right? You just use your energy to keep yourself upright, and you're more dense than the air, right? And the reason that you don't float is because you're more dense than the air. It's very simple. Why would you float?
Real quick, DJ, sir, why does there have to be something holding you down? You feel like there has to be? Why?
What do you mean? The sun, for example. What about
What's the sun? What's the sun?
What's the density of the moon, for example?
Yeah, what's the moon? What's the density of the moon? I don't know. I can't check that.
Is there air in space?
There's no such thing as a vacuum of space. That's a fantasy fairy tale, like Narnia.
You believe there's air in space?
I've never been to space, and I don't think space exists the way that we get taught.
Yeah, of course. But
I know that we have air here on the Earth,
yeah,
so
but it's
obviously you can't have no air in space, right? And then have air here on the Earth, because what happens to what would that would be a vacuum, right? You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum. That doesn't work.
Why would the moon actually turn around the Earth? Why would the sun turn around the Earth if it's not?
Well, what's the sun? What medium's the sun in? What's the sun? You don't know what the sun is. I don't know what the sun is. We can't test these things. So you want to look at this guy. You want to look at this guy and make up stories about the lights in the sky, right? We don't want to do that. We're just testing the ground, right? So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a ground that measures flat, right? Because we've tested it. Yeah. So if we can measure the floor flat, right? You measure the floor in your bedroom, right? You measure it flat. Doesn't matter what happens on the ceiling. It's still going to be flat on the floor. You can put a disco ball up there. You can put some LED lights. It's still a flat floor, right? Because you checked that it's flat. So it doesn't matter what happens above that surface. So that's the only thing we can check. We can't go and check how the sky works. We've been told a story about how the sky works. That's all.
Yes, exactly. But you cannot explain it yourself.
No, I can't explain it, right? Okay, so I don't need to explain it because I didn't make any claims about it.
You just say don't know what the sun is.
Yeah, you don't know, or you also don't know how the sky works, but you believe a story that you're told. I know the same story that you know, right? But when I checked the Earth, right, I found that it's not curving. And the sky story requires the Earth to be a globe.
Yeah. Smart. I was talking about the sun, though. I said you don't know what the sun is.
Yeah, I don't know what the sun is. Do you know what the sun is?
Like I told you, you don't know what the sun is, so you cannot explain it.
Right, I didn't.
What do you mean he doesn't know? Hang on, what do you mean he doesn't know what the sun is?
He just said it.
Yeah. So, and do you know what the sun is?
Do I know what the sun is?
Not you.
Oh.
Myself, I cannot do that because.
So, Kilmad, are you flat or globe earther?
None of them.
How do you mean?
I cannot make a statement. I cannot say the Earth is flat, and I cannot say the Earth is a globe just by my perspective. So I would be in the doubts, and I would say I don't.
So what's your theory?
I don't have a theory. I'm not interested in knowing if it's flat or not. I don't care. We already live in a corrupted world, so why would we add up the flat?
So why are you on Flat Earth Discord?
This is not Flat Earth Discord. This is English Hub.
But this is Flat Earth Discord VC.
24/7, yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's the channel you joined.
Oh, the channel. I just came to talk. And because I'm interested.
Okay.
People like you, not in the team. I don't want to get convinced or something. Just
all right. So this isn't a channel where we make claims about the sun, right, or the stars or anything like that. So I don't know how the sky works, and I would assume that you also don't know how the sky works.
I mean, I could know. I mean, I know by the science.
Oh, really? But the same science tells you the Earth's a globe, but you said you don't know that, so you're kind of contradicting yourself a bit now.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that I believe in it. I'm just saying that if I was to talk about it, I would talk at the name of the science.
Okay, so you just appeal to authority.
You are being.
Go ahead, Hex.
No, I'm just listening.
I would love for him to explain how he sciences the sun. Go ahead. How do you do science on the sun?
Yeah, likewise.
Like, what is the sun? Or how the sky works?
Yeah. No,
yeah, how do you
validate
what the sun's made of, how far it's away it is, anything? How can you science anything about the sun? I'd love to know.
For science, star, I guess. It's a medium-sized star.
Okay, what's a star? What's a star?
What is a star?
Are you just going to repeat the story, or are you going to do some science? I'll shut up, DJ. Go ahead.
First,
if you don't know
I'd
something,
say-
it's respectable if you say you don't know something. Don't try to make up what you don't know. So what's a star?
Star, I'd say it's a plasma physically, and it's
Okay.
hot. It's a
Okay,
ball
so
of
how is
yeah,
that
it's
validated?
a ball of hot plasma. That's
Okay, so
science.
how? Okay, in what medium is it? In a vacuum?
In a vacuum.
Yeah.
You mean the size, or what you're talking about?
No. So you think the sun is a hot ball of plasma gas, right? And then you think
Yeah.
that hot ball of plasma gas resides within a
That's what
vacuum,
science. Yeah, that's what
within
science.
a powerful vacuum, right?
That's what science says.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
It's a
And do you
globe.
know how they came to that conclusion, or did you just believe the story that they're telling you?
Like I said, I don't usually believe in this kind of things. I'm just saying what science said.
Okay. So how you said that so you don't know, right? You just are repeating things that you heard.
Exactly.
Okay,
No, you
what's the
didn't.
point in that? We already know the claims, right? We don't need people to tell us the claims
Yeah,
that we all got brought up
Yeah, because I said earlier
being
that
told.
if I was to talk, I would just talk about the name of science, which you know.
Okay, so
So
you don't know
not,
how the sky works, right? You.
yeah, of course, I'll just make
Okay.
theory.
All right, and you don't know if you don't know the shape of the Earth.
We don't know the shape of the Earth because I'm in the Earth. I cannot be outside the Earth.
Okay, but
Yeah,
if the Earth was a globe, they tell us that it should be curving and the water should be curving, and then we can just calculate how much it should be curving over a certain distance and then test for the curvature. It's pretty easy to do. It's been done.
That's very easy, actually.
Yeah, so if you got 10 miles of water, it would have to be curving at around 66 feet over that 10 miles, which is 20 meters. It's like a 5-story building, 6-story building. Okay, so that's
6
super
meters.
easy to test for that curvature. And then
6
when we go
months.
on test, what's
But
that?
when boats disappear in the ocean, doesn't mean that there's a curvature.
No, it only happens occasionally. That it looks like it's disappearing. Okay, most of the time they just get smaller and fade off into the distance. Okay, but if we have certain conditions, it can look like it's disappearing from the bottom, right? So if we have ocean swells, waves, right,
So
that can happen. Or if we have sinking refraction, that can happen. That can make it look like it's disappearing from the bottom.
Oh, so it's looked like your sense of looking, your perspective can actually drive you wrong because it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like okay. So even according to the mainstream, right, they say sinking refraction is an atmospheric effect, right, where something that would normally be visible on the horizon looks like it's sinking behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically and physically unobstructed. So even mainstream optics scientists will tell you that. So you need to take these things into account, right? Also, if you have waves, then it can look like the ship's disappearing from the bottom as well. So you need to negate the
ship's
things that
not.
could easily explain.
Yeah, but if the Earth was flat, the whole
Mm-hmm.
ship would disappear on the same time. But
Yeah. So this is what happens most of the time, right?
But most
So
of
you
the
can.
time, it's not the whole boat that disappears. It becomes from the bottom to the.
No. Most of the time, what happens is the boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you can't resolve it anymore. And then you can take out binoculars or a zoom camera, and you can zoom in and see the whole boat again. That's what happens when you don't have the conditions that I just mentioned present.
The horizon is what, 6 miles?
No, it should be at 3 miles, right? If you're a normal height person, 6 foot tall, and you're standing at the beach, the horizon should be at 3 miles. And then as something goes beyond 3 miles, it should start to disappear from the bottom up. If the Earth were a globe, but that doesn't happen ever. And we've tested that, right? Have a look at what old dude posted in the chat here. We've got a 1 foot observation height, just a 1 foot observation height. So that means the horizon should be even closer. The horizon should be at about 1.2 miles. Now, anything that's beyond 1.2 miles should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, in this observation, we have oil platforms at 6 and 10 miles. Okay, but we can see the entire oil platforms, and we can even see the horizons far beyond 10 miles. Okay, you can see the horizon is beyond the second oil platform.
Yeah.
So the horizon should be at 1.2 miles if the Earth's a globe. Right, so this doesn't work on a globe.
Probably.
And we've got thousands of tests like this, where we can see way further than you should be able to see. In fact, every long distance observation is like this.
Doesn't that mean that you should go, there's, how can I say that? There's sky because it's a globe, it's actually going down.
What's going down?
Like after the horizon, you start going down. If the Earth was
No, the horizon should be at a certain distance. And then the things behind it should start going down, right? Like the water, for example. You shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond 1.2 miles in this observation, but we can see the water continuing all the way out to past 10 miles until it fades off.
But this means that the horizon is not 1.2 miles.
Right, but if the Earth were a globe, the horizon would have to be 1.2 miles.
How do
You can look it up. Well, it's just based off the geometry. It's based off the radius value of the globe.
So
you can.
My eyes can see beyond the horizon.
Well, how could you see beyond the horizon? The horizon on a globe would be caused by the curvature of the Earth, right? You can't see over a hill. You can't see someone standing on the other side of a hill.
Yeah,
it's hidden.
For example, if I go on a building and there's another person on down, I will see more far away.
Right, but if you're on one side of a hill and someone else is on the other side of the hill, right? They're hidden behind the hill.
Yeah, I will not see him.
Yeah, so this is the case here, right? You would have to have physical Earth curvature blocking things off in the distance, and we can calculate exactly how much it should be hidden behind the horizon.
This is not a good example because the hill is not transparent, so the air and the water.
Sorry, what's not transparent?
The air.
Yeah. So, but we can see the objects. We can see the objects 10 miles away, and we can see the horizons past that.
So the horizon is 1.2 miles, right?
Yeah, the physical geometric horizon would have to be at 1.225 miles away if you have a 1 foot observation height based off the globe geometry.
What's the limit of human being, 6 foot human being vision?
Well, you can't see over a hill, can you? So the limit, right? The limit should be where the horizon is, right? You shouldn't be able to see beyond that unless something is sticking up from behind the horizon, right? But we can calculate how much it should be hidden, right? How much of the bottom of it should be hidden. Okay, so we have the oil platforms off in the distance. You can see the second oil platform in the distance. It's called platform habitat. Now, that's 9.4 miles away. Okay, so that's far beyond the geometric horizon distance on a globe. And the bottom 45 foot of that should be hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah.
Physically, 45 foot, right? 45 foot, that's like a 4-story, 5-story building. So that much should be hidden. And what should it be hidden behind? The horizon line. Okay, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. But this is the problem, right? We can see the horizon past the oil platform. So the horizon can't be in front of the oil platform, blocking anything. But if the Earth's a globe, it would have to be.
Yeah, or there is something wrong with us.
Yeah, let me show you another example really quickly. All right, so here's another one. Look, we're looking out into the ocean. This time, that last one was done in California. This one's done in the United Kingdom.
But
right, super clear day. We got the guy set his camera up 1 meter above the surface of the water. And we can see a windmill farm that's 11 miles away. Okay, we can see the whole windmills, basically, all the way down to where they touch the water. Now, in this one, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, that should be the maximum distance where you can see the water.
Yeah, but didn't the curvature was measured already?
No, that's what I thought. Yeah. So it turns out that it wasn't measured, it was just calculated.
The calculation was.
Yeah, so exactly. So we're testing the calculation to see if it matches reality.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so we're actually doing a measurement to make sure that the claim, right, the calculation matches reality. So when we do the calculation, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that will tell us the distance to the horizon.
But who measured the? Was it wait, what's his name? Eratos.
Yeah, Eratosthenes is just a made up historical figure.
Oh, you don't believe?
Yeah, like if it's not about believing it, right? He didn't write any of this stuff down. There's no proof that he even did anything. There's no proof that he even existed, really. Like, there's nothing written down about the test that he did. Right? We can't just bring up people that didn't even write anything down, right? So if we want to say Eratosthenes did what he said that he did, where did he document it?
Well, I studied a lot about the thing Eratosthenes did in mathematics, but
Yeah, but even if you look up, like, did Eratosthenes ever? Is there anything that exists that Eratosthenes wrote down? No, there isn't. Right? Is there even proof that Eratosthenes existed? Not really. There's not much, right? No one even spoke about the mythical Eratosthenes until hundreds and hundreds of years after he apparently lived. And where did they get the information from? Okay, there's not even any documentation, right, saying that they got the documentation from anywhere. They say maybe they just made it up.
We have documentations of his existence before Jesus Christ, and when he was born and died.
Okay, cool. Okay, so where was he born?
In Libya.
In Libya, okay. And when did he do the test, and where did he write the results of the test down? Where did that information come from?
It was from Libya, Egypt. I think Egypt.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So where's his work? Where's his work that he did? Where did he write it down? Where did he document the test?
Oh, this is a lot of time ago. Can I do some research, because I actually have a bad memory of that?
Yeah. It doesn't exist.
Well, research. Okay, I know that. You're talking about the books, or?
Yeah, where did he? Okay, so he was meant to have done this test. Okay, so when did he do the test, and where's the documentation? Where's the proof that he did the test?
We have Cleomedes.
Okay, where did he get the information from? So look, this is the thing, right? Cleomedes, when did he live in comparison to Eratosthenes?
Cleomedes was in the 50s, 150 before Christ.
Okay, so hundreds and hundreds of years after Eratosthenes apparently lived. Okay, so where did he get the information from?
I think from the. Oh, I see now you're trying to say documentations that Eratosthenes did. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that he even did the test. That he even existed to do the test.
Yeah, so that's the question.
But let's say someone named Eratosthenes might have existed. Right? What's the evidence that he did this test?
Yeah, already forgot how his name actually can.
It doesn't exist. I've researched this
that's,
extensively. It does not exist.
that's,
Even according to the mainstream historians, right? They will tell you that the Greeks loved making up these mystical characters like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, and that there's not really even any evidence they did any of the things that they were claimed to do, or they even existed. Mainstream mathematical historians will tell you this from prestige universities like Cambridge University, for example. They will tell you that there's no evidence that Pythagoras even existed or that he claimed any of the things that he's attributed with. Same with Eratosthenes.
Okay.
Right? So we imagine if I just made up the name of some guy that lived 500 years before Jesus. Right, and I said that he proved that the Earth's flat or a globe, right? That's it, and he didn't write anything down, right? There's nothing written down at all of his existence, right? And then hundreds of years later, someone else said that he did something. They also didn't have any primary documentation that he even did it, right? I don't think that that's credible evidence at all.
When 200 people actually write about you, about the name of yours, for example, the name of Cleomedes, for example, doesn't make him exist.
Yeah, maybe someone named Eratosthenes existed. Like the historians say, the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures like Pythagoras and Eratosthenes.
They probably loved it, but the measurements, the documents of the measurements exist.
No, they don't. Okay, so where do they exist other than being made up?
But
prove that they're not fabricated and just made up.
Yeah, because we skipped a question. For your question of Cleomedes, where did he get the informations? He got the informations from the Alexandrian scholarly tradition. The Alexandrian, Eratosthenes was actually in Alexandria in Egypt. So he was studying there, making his researches. And when he died, apparently the Alexandrian scholaries took their research and made documents about it, claiming this came after that between 64 and 24.
Yeah, it's a cool story, right? But if Eratosthenes, right, if you can't even prove that Eratosthenes did the test, then why should we even talk about the test?
Because the scholars said that he did.
Oh, okay. So it's just a made up story then. Cool. His colleagues, someone's not your colleague that existed 300 years after your death, alleged death.
What are you guys talking about?
About flat Earth.
We're talking about made up historical figures that we can't prove
I thought this was
existed.
flat Earth.
In the flat Earth, we see.
Yeah,
okay, let's just go back into topic. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, this is the topic. So he's saying that Eratosthenes measured the curvature of the Earth, and I'm saying that there's no evidence that Eratosthenes did anything.
It existed. That's what you're to say that.
No. I said there's no evidence that he did the test. There's most likely someone named Eratosthenes that may have existed, right? But there's no evidence that he did anything that he's attributed with because there's no surviving documentation, or there's no proof that it ever existed in the first place.
Is there? Well, there's proof that it existed, but.
Oh, really? So what's left of Eratosthenes? What surviving work is there of Eratosthenes that survives to this day? Nothing.
Because I studied about him, so I guess all I know about him in mathematics is not. But I don't think there's original writings. I don't think that.
Yeah, there isn't anything, right? So where did the secondary source get their information from? Okay, and if you research that, right, the people that said that Eratosthenes did this and that, right, they didn't. No one knows, right? No one knows where they got their information from. Some historians suggest it could just be by word of mouth. Some say it could be it's like a collaboration of different works by different people over time. They have no idea.
Yeah, but bro, when you say that, it doesn't mean that if there's no original writings left, doesn't mean that the works didn't exist. It's like saying.
Okay, so how do you? Okay, cool story then. So it's just a cool story that you have absolutely no first-hand evidence for whatsoever. So you're just saying that this guy apparently did a test, and you don't have any evidence at all that he even did the test. It's just a story that you got told, and it's just faith-based, right? And look, we can move past that. We can move past that because even if he did do what he's attributed with, right? It doesn't validate if the Earth's a globe or flat, because all he did was pre-assume that the Earth was a globe, right? He wasn't even trying to test if the Earth was a globe. He already thought it was a globe, right? And
Peter,
he made the assumption. So yeah. One second. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, but if you say that the original.
Hold on. Let me finish. Okay, so let's say he did exist and he did do what you're saying he did, right? Which we don't have any evidence for. Okay, but let's just say he did do that. Okay, he didn't validate anything because he made assumptions, right? So he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, right? And then he pre-assumed that sun rays come in parallel. Okay, and then he basically had one location where the sun was directly above him and there was no shadow because it was midday. Okay, and then 800 kilometers away, which is 500 miles away, apparently some other guy at the exact same time took a shadow measurement and it was 7.2 degrees, right? So at one place there was no shadow, and apparently at another place there was a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, so based on his pre-assumptions that the sun is an infinite distance away and that it sends in parallel light rays, and that the Earth is a globe.
Sun is at an infinite
Hold on,
distance.
yeah, hold on 1 second.
No. The sun is at an
No,
Did
you
just
don't.
say the sun is at a...
You can't just cut into conversations. Just wait your turn.
I'm not like interrupting, but I'm just like...
Yeah, you definitely just blatantly interrupted. I'm not sure if you understand what interrupting is.
Did you just say the sun is at an infinite distance?
Yeah, Eratosthenes had to assume that, right? So Eratosthenes had to assume that the sun was so far away that the sun rays would come in parallel. Okay, so based off that assumption...
The Earth was at a fine,
What's
the sun was at a finite distance. Definitely.
Yeah, some scholars say that...
This is a very big number.
If it was
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. He said, look, okay, so this is the problem when we don't have any first-hand evidence of anything that he wrote down. So some people say he used wells.
I mean, even now...
Stop interrupting, please.
Even now, we don't have a
very
good number.
Yeah, you are. He can't even finish a sentence because you won't shut your mouth.
Oh my!
I don't care if you're a flat earther. You can go on mute. Right. This is the thing, right? Some people say that he used wells. Some people say he used obelisks. Some say he used sticks. Right? There's no first-hand evidence to what he did at all. Okay, so that's why you get all sorts of different stories. And even the mainstream universities will say that it's invalid because he made assumptions. If he was to make different assumptions, then the math would have had a different outcome. Right? I could make the same assumptions in my room in my house and do the exact same thing Eratosthenes did with a couple of sticks and some shadows and a light source on the roof and work out the circumference of my flat floor. Right? It's completely flawed, the methodology, because of the assumptions that were made when he did the test.
Yeah,
if he did the test.
But he did find 7.2 degrees, which is
no, he measured a shadow. He measured a shadow that had a shadow length of 7.2 degrees. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and he assumed that the reason for that is because the Earth's a globe, and that the sun comes in parallel, which we never observe. Okay, so if he had have not assumed that the Earth was a globe and not assumed the sun rays come in parallel, he would have had a completely different outcome, right? It was just based off those assumptions, and the math was based off spherical assumptions. So it's just
I did do it in my living room.
Oh yeah, what's the radius of your flat floor, T-Dub?
443 centimeters.
Yeah, hopefully this guy, Kill Mad, you sound like a smart guy. You'll probably get it, right? So if I have, let's say I have a light source on my ceiling, right? And then I have a stick right underneath the light source. It's going to have no shadow, right? And then I put a stick on the other side of my room, okay? And it has a shadow. Then I measure the shadow length of the second stick. Okay, now I assume that I'm standing on a sphere, that my floor is spherical. Right, and I assume that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in parallel. Okay, and then I do my math based off the angle of the shadow, the degree of the shadow, sorry, and then I divide it by 360 degrees, and then I times it by the distance between one stick and the other stick, and then I'm going to get the circumference value of my flat floor based off the assumptions that I'm standing on a sphere, even though it's a flat floor. Yeah. So
Well,
it doesn't prove anything.
I mean, even your flat floor is not flat.
Oh, bro,
100%.
listen to me, sir. Listen to me. Tell me the point. What is the point of the debate?
Yeah, so the Eratosthenes test, where he tried to calculate the circumference of the Earth, is completely invalid based off making assumptions. Even mainstream scientists agree with that. And the guy probably didn't even exist anyway. I mean, in the form that he's
Is your flat floor flat 100%?
It's not a sphere. Yeah, it's nothing. What's perfectly flat? What's name one thing that's perfectly flat? One object in reality.
Who's saying Earth is flat?
Like I did research like long time ago. There's nothing like that. 100%.
Yeah. So exactly. But we can still use the word, right?
And even if
so do you think we should just cancel the word flat, right? So if I say my mirror is flat, right, I'm that's wrong, because if you zoom into it with a microscope, it's not flat anymore, right?
Kind of that.
Yeah, it's not flat then.
That would be just being pedantic at that point, right?
Yeah, that would be.
Flat is also associated. Flat is also associated with an orientation, that being horizontal and level, and that's what we also mean.
All right, so there's context, right? So when we say flat, we just mean it's not curving over distance, right? It's approximately flat.
Exactly. We cannot see the curvature like Earth.
No, there is no curvature, right? Because if there was curvature, things in the distance would become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, but that doesn't happen.
Sometimes you cannot see the curvature like a flat floor. You would say that it's flat, but it actually has a 0.006 angle of curvature.
Right, but it's not curving over distance, is it? It's not a sphere.
Yeah, because
my floor is not a big sphere. Yeah, it's approximately flat.
Isn't that because we're small? Or small human beings? Earth is very
big.
We're
small, but we have some pretty cool technology, right? Like zoom cameras, telescopes, lasers, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a distance, and then we can test.
Yeah, how small is the smallest microchip? We've got nanotechnology now, but they can't measure a few millimeters of curvature. Yeah, amazing.
Check out this in the side chat. Right, so on a globe, this is what the horizon would have to be. Right, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past that point, right? Because it would be hidden behind the curvature. Okay, but when we go out and test for that horizon, it doesn't exist. Okay, here's an observation done by a PhD in optics, Dr. John D.
What's the max vision of the? You need to have the same telescope.
Well, the horizon will be at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high or 6 foot high, the maximum distance you can see through the medium of air is 300 miles, right? But that's just a technicality. Usually it's much less than that because, like you said earlier, the air is semi-transparent, so you can't see forever through it.
So I have a question. If if you go higher, why would you see further? In that case,
because because you're increasing your perspective range.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because the horizon's based off your angle to your vanishing point. Okay, so the higher you go, the further away your vanishing point's going to become.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, then going up or down is the same thing. We would see the same horizon.
Yeah. Well, okay. If the Earth were a globe, the horizon would be a physical geometric location, a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. In reality, right? A horizon's just an apparent location that's based off perspective and the conditions in the atmosphere on the particular day.
Yeah,
Okay, so
but
it's the vanishing point, and then you have to also account for the atmosphere as well because it's going to be a different distance. That's why the definition of horizon has nothing to do with the globe, right? It's the definition is just the apparent.
Yeah, I know.
Apparent's the keyword. Apparent location where the sky and the ground meet.
Location.
Okay,
Exactly.
one day the horizon might be 10 miles away. The next day it might be 6 miles away. The next day it might be 18 miles away, depending on the weather conditions.
Yeah, of course. And you just
Right, but you know where?
point.
Sorry to talk over you. Last thing, right? It's never at the distance that it should be on a globe, ever. And also, right? There's no proof that the horizon is physical.
Yeah, these are just apparent distances. It's not like it's a physical location that you could put a flag in, right?
Yeah,
oh, here it is at this spot.
I know, bro. But that's why I said when you go higher, there's another.
Yeah, but it has to be on the globe. It has to be on your globe. It has to be have a physical distance, a location, geometric.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Just to understand it is the same point as me, and I'm saying that's why when you actually go higher, you have another horizon. That means that there's not one horizon, simple location.
Oh, it's exactly. So that if you stay at the same height, the horizon on a globe would be at a certain distance. The physical geometric horizon would be at a certain distance.
Yeah, exactly. But here, if you check your schema, because it's good, I can actually use it. So his limit is in the sea sky, which is the point right there, the yellow point. If he goes a little bit higher, he will see farther from the why because the curvature will not hide what's behind the cliff, like you used the example.
Yeah. Okay, so look, okay, great. Okay, so have a look at the observation directly below that image. Okay, the camera is set up at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot. Are you okay using feet and miles?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I can.
Okay, all right. So, well, I can convert it. I know both. So just a second. Okay, so here's a screenshot of the calculation. Okay, so he's got his camera set up, right? It says eye height level or eyesight level. That's 3.5 foot. That's 1.07 meters.
Okay, that's fine. That's right.
Okay, and then the distance to the object, that's 11.2 miles, which is 18 kilometers away. Okay, so when we say the distance to the object, we're talking about the windmill that you can see on the far right-hand side.
So the distance of the object is this, from 1 meter, the distance to horizon is around 3 kilometers.
That's a 4.3 kilometers, which is 2.3 miles.
4.4. Yeah.
Sorry, 3.4 kilometers.
3.4, yeah.
3.4, yeah. Right, so that should be the maximum distance that you can see the water.
But the object is at more than that, more than 16.
Yeah, and we can see the entire object, right? We can see the base of the windmills touching the water. All right, so I'm just going to show you a close-up photograph of the windmills. These are the same windmills, just so you can see what they look like close up. All right, and then underneath it, I'll put a screenshot from the video. All right, so that's what they look like close up. All right, when it's low tide, you can see the black portion at the bottom where the paint's stripped off. So when he zooms in, we can see the entirety of the windmills. And we can see the water going far beyond the windmills as well.
Okay, that's what I like, numbers. I see.
So the 6 windmills that you can see, it has the distances written there. Okay, now here's a GIF from the Earth curvature calculator, and it shows how much should be hidden of each one of the windmills behind the horizon.
The bars are the same, but it's not the same. But is it a parallel? Like, does the lines actually collide? If yes, then there's a curvature.
Yeah, so the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers, okay, and then the bottom 52 feet of the windmill, right, the furthest windmill on the right-hand side, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet. Okay, you should only be able to see the top portion of the windmill sticking out from behind the horizon. Right, but we can see the water going way past where the geometric horizon should be on a globe and going way off into the distance. In fact, when he zooms in, you can see a boat out in the distance. And he tracked that boat using shipping radar. Okay, the name of that boat is called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles away, which is 13.9 miles, which is 22 kilometers. Okay, that whole boat should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth. So the bottom portion of the windmills should be hidden, and then the entire boat should be missing, right? We shouldn't be able to see the boat, right? Here's another picture where you can see the boat. Okay, so we looked up the height of the boat, right? So this is the boat here. Just putting another screenshot in. Okay, it's called the Shetland Trader, and the hull of the boat is about 7 meters above the surface of the water. Okay, but there should be hidden height is 27 meters. Okay, so that if that boat was 27 meters tall, then you still wouldn't be able to see it. If it was 28 meters tall, you would just be able to see the top
Nice.
meter of the boat. Yeah.
It's nice. Nice, nice. So you should be seeing the churches. So this one, yeah, this is what we will see. Oh, good luck at that. Yes, this. So here we have this. We have this. This picture is better. Anyways, yeah, it's very hard. All perspective.
He actually went and repeated the observation on different days as well.
Yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah, and this guy's an expert in this particular field as well. He's a PhD in photo. I forget the exact field. Spectroscopy, basically. That's what he's an expert in. He's got a PhD. Spectrophotometry is the correct name.
How long have you believed in flat Earth? I ask.
2017, since 2017. It's not really a belief, though.
Long time.
Sluta rapa. Bete dig.
Vad fan.
Yes, it's nice.
You're unmuted, Lucas. Just don't burp into the microphone,
Yeah,
please.
thank you, bro. I'm sorry. I beg for apology to God. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. Wasn't him? No, he's apologized for it, so he's taking the blame for whoever did it. Tenor. So look, this is the thing. We have hundreds of these observations. They've been done in all different weather conditions, in all different locations over the Earth, different distances. We've used high-powered lasers, zoom cameras, infrared cameras, all sorts of different things. We can't find any curvature, right? And we're just trying to show people the tests. We're like, hey, check this out. Right? This is interesting. We got told that we're on a globe that's a certain size, and there's hundreds and hundreds of feet curvature missing every single time we go out and check.
I ask, how do you believe the Earth looks? Is it like flat, like 90 degrees, or is it like? How is it?
I'm not sure of the entire shape. Like, I don't really know that. I don't think anyone has the ability to check that. I mean, we can only get up to a certain height in altitude. Okay, we can't see that far from the height that we can get up to. I think we can get up to about 120,000 feet with a weather balloon, and we just see a flat horizon from that height, and we can only see a certain distance. And then we can only travel so far south as well, right? So once you go past 60 degrees south, you need a special permit, and it's extremely dangerous and cold and very difficult to explore freely. So we don't know the shape or the entirety of the Earth. We don't claim the Earth's a flat planet or a flat disk. Okay, you could think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, I'd say that we live in a contained system as well.
Okay.
Because we have
Is
gas
it,
pressure.
so it's like, is it like? I don't get. Is it what is under like the flatness? Is it also land or?
Yeah, no idea, right? The deepest hole that anyone's ever been able to dig was done by the Soviets, and they dug down to about 7.6 miles, which is only just a little bit deeper than the deepest portion of the ocean. So we don't know.
But the Soviets also sent the first astronaut into the like space, you know.
Yeah, that's a claim. Yeah, that's a claim. So that would also go against natural law. So that would be a claim. There was also another cosmonaut that was interviewed recently that said if anyone tells you that they've been to space, they're lying. I forget his name, but it's an old cosmonaut. So what we would say is that outer space, as we've been told, is a second law of thermodynamics violation. It goes against gas laws. Okay, you can't have a gas pressure system without a container, and you most definitely cannot have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum. Okay, they tell us that the globe exists inside a big deep space vacuum. So it goes against natural law, and it goes against smaller scale recreations of that kind of thing, right? So if we want to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's actually the definition of gas pressure says that you need to have a container. It's a requirement to have the pressure. Jedi just put a great little video in the side chat. Okay, so this is what the globe side claims. They claim that the top chamber, right, that's kind of like, that's a vacuum chamber. Okay, that could represent outer space. Okay, the vacuum of space. And then the bottom chamber is a gas pressure system. Think of that like the Earth and what we're breathing right now. Okay, now there's a physical barrier separating the high pressure system at the bottom from the extreme low pressure system at the top. And what he does when you hit play on the video is as soon as he turns the valve, right, and removes the physical barrier, then the high pressure instantly fills the available space. Okay, so they're telling us that we have this system, right, without a barrier, without the valve, essentially, and that the high pressure is just staying down low in the bottom chamber, and the top chamber is a vacuum, right? It goes against natural laws. It goes against gas laws. It's illogical, and it's just a faith-based claim. It's a model, basically. It's a theoretical mathematical concept that's attached to the globe. So yeah, whatever's happening up in the sky, right? It's a big mystery, but whatever's happening is happening above a topographical plane. Whereas most of the surface that we know about is covered in water, and the water measures flat everywhere. Water requires a container. Okay, you have to have a container to have a large body of water. And then we have topography, we have hills and valleys and mountains and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so it's a topographical plane. We have gas pressure, right? So it leads towards there having to be a container of some kind. We don't know exactly how the sky works. or how the whole system works, but we do have gas pressure. And there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, right? The Earth is stationary. And the lights in the sky that we can all see, they move like clockwork above our head, right? They move in repeating cycles.
Okay. Just a question.
Mm-hmm.
People. So what I saw video claimed earlier that I thought what is interesting. People in Australia see the moon differently, like the pattern on moon, except compared to other like the other side.
Yeah. So you're just looking at the same face of the moon, but you're looking at it from a different angle. So the only thing that changed is your orientation. So let's say that you put a 6 up on your ceiling, right? The letter number 6, like a big number 6 up on your roof, right? And you look at it from one side of your room and it's a 6. Okay, and then someone else is on the other side of your room looking up at it from the opposite direction. They're not going to see a 6, right? They're going to see a 9. So it's the same thing, but they're just looking at it from a different perspective, a different angle. That's all.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Matrix put a little diagram in this, or just a little diagram in the side chat.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. Exactly what the moon is, exactly what the sun is, what are the stars, what are the planets. We can't confirm that empirically. It's always going to require some speculation and some assumptions, right? We try not to speculate in here as much as possible. And we all observe the same thing in the sky, right? The sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, they move east to west for everyone. Even if you're in the south or in the north, they're all moving east to west, and they all move in cycles. Okay, we see the sun moving, right? That's the movement of the sun is what's responsible for seasons and daytime and nighttime and time zones.
Yeah, you've got to understand that while those things, whatever they are, and whatever's occurring in the sky and how it's doing it, right, is part of our like reality, observable reality. That's not what we're focused on. That's not flat Earth. Flat Earth is in the opposite direction, below you, right? So when we talk about flat Earth, we're talking about the surface that we live on and its geometric quality, right? So that we're not necessarily trying to explain other things, right? Understand that you've been given a lot of answers to questions, right? Like those things and their relationship to the thing that we live on. And it sounds like it's reasonable to think that that's true, that the Earth is a sphere, and that's why we see things in the sky do what they do. That's why we have seasons. That's why that explains eclipses, all that other stuff. It's great that you have those explanations with the Earth being a sphere. But if the surface of the Earth doesn't agree with that idea, then you have to discard it. It literally simply just has to be discarded, thrown out. It's not true. And it doesn't mean that we then have to replace those explanations that you were given with an alternative. It can remain a mystery and a thing still be true. So yes, the Earth measures flat. It's geometrically planar in nature, right? The surface of water. It doesn't mean we know how everything works, but we know that fact.
It's only a small portion of history that people have even thought that the Earth is a globe. And it's not because some people went out, right, that were more advanced and tested the Earth and were like, hey, guys, I've gone out and done some experiments, and it turns out that we were wrong for thousands and thousands of years, and the Earth is actually a globe. right? Here's my test results, and anyone can go and do this to test it for themselves. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. And if you look into the history of how the globe became a thing, it's pretty shocking, and it's definitely not based on empiricism. It's not based on measurements or science or logic or anything like that. Right? It's based on philosophical reasoning. It's based on basically that, right? Philosophical reasoning, right? So even long before the Earth was mathematically claimed to be a globe, right? The ancients visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere, okay, with all of the stars fixed to the inside, attached to its inner surface. Okay, not because that's what they actually thought it was, for the most part, but it was just a geometric observation, and it was a way for them to basically make a map of the stars, right? So they could use the stars for navigation and all sorts of different things, right? So they wanted to have a model. Okay, it was a model of appearance, not really of substance, right? So the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the early Indian astronomers, right? They all thought the Earth was flat, but they all also described the sky as a dome or a sphere, and that all of the stars were revolving around a stationary Earth. Okay, and they called it the celestial sphere. Okay, it was a huge thing even before the Earth was even claimed to be a globe. Right, and then people like Pythagoras, who was a mystic cult leader, if he even existed the way that we're told, right? But what we're told about him is that he was a cult leader. He was a mystic leader, right? He had a whole bunch of crazy ideas. Okay, so people like Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and they basically imposed that onto the Earth itself. And they reasoned that spheres were the perfect shape. They kind of worshipped spheres, they worshipped numbers. And because God would have created the heavens and the earth perfect, they must be spheres because spheres are perfect. Okay, and it was by that reasoning that they sort of apparently made up that the earth is a sphere. And then later people took that same philosophical reasoning, right, and ran with it. Okay, and they took that celestial sphere and they basically they inverted it and turned it into a spherical coordinate system that was based on the Terra, right, based on the Earth. So they took the celestial sphere and inverted it into a terrestrial sphere, right, as above, so below. That was their reasoning. You probably heard that before, as above, so below. That's where that comes from. Yeah, but anyway, to cut a long story short, we can't find any curvature, so we're asking people if they know where it is.
Mm-hmm.
I hope everybody's excited, being as we're going to the moon.
The moon, yay.
We?
Yeah.
Did you say
On you
we?
go.
I haven't got my ticket yet.
Have you not?
Is it in the mail?
I don't know.
I haven't showed up.
Yeah. But apparently we're all going.
Damn. Oh, cool.
It's pretty cool.
Bro's looking out. Looking forward to that thing for like a whole month. So sad. Brought it up like once a day. I was more excited than Rob Utah. He says y'all
There's
are.
actually
Oh god.
there's people online. I just want to say there's people online that are actually complaining about how much lack of interest there is in it. Like, why isn't anybody excited?
Shit, I'm excited. I'm the only one. I'm more excited than the Globers are.
I'm excited because we're going to get a whole slew of globetards coming in here telling us all about it.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to the traffic that we're going to be getting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. What you gonna do, man, when they go back to the moon, man?
Oh God, no. Okay, so I just flicked on the Artemis 2 mission on YouTube, and it says it's been delayed until March 2026, following a
Oh.
WDR, whatever that is.
What are
So
they saying?
countdown to Artemis is now 27 days, 4 hours, 44 minutes, 0 seconds. Okay, it's all right, TW. Your ticket will probably get there by the time they actually leave.
So remember T-Dub, yesterday we were going over the polar circumnavigation claims.
Oh yeah, mate, I remember that. Yeah.
I remember.
Oh yeah. Shut up, Jedi.
Oh, you took so long. I thought I'd do a quick impression. DJ would
Yeah,
never done a
that was
different.
pretty good. That was pretty good, actually. Yeah. So, been taking a deep dive into the one where they said that they did an orbit, right? They said they did, I think, 12 orbits perfectly from the North Pole to the South Pole to the North Pole to the South Pole. And once you dig into it, it gets pretty interesting. Like the information. One of the people that was on it, I started sort of doing background research on the crew. I was like, the first person that I looked up. What? Huh? What did you say?
I don't know. What did he say? What the fuck?
Just yeah, cool. Yeah. So they got like people that are special effects experts, right? The first person I looked them up, and they're like an expert in like making fake space footage to look real in movies.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep,
super suspect.
That's just a coincidence.
Yeah. Just a coincidence. So the whole thing was
NASA
funded.
seems to employ a lot of people like this, don't they?
Yeah.
And there's always some guy who's really good at video effects laying around somewhere.
Yep. Janique Mikkelsen from Denmark, I think. Makes these space movies basically.
Oh wow.
And a lot of them look exactly like what we're seeing in the film with the polar orbit. Looks exactly the same, and was also in charge of making all of the graphics for One More Orbit in 2019. And just
fucking really?
Yeah. Check this out.
Wow.
Right, so this is Yep. So worked on the One More Orbit as well, right? And then you look up her social media history, and there's nothing except space propaganda on her Twitter page. And it starts in 2020, and it's a bunch of stuff about one more orbit, basically. And then it skips to 2024 and starts promoting the Fram 2. Fram 2 is the recent one that they did in 2025. And then if you look at her background, she made like exhibits at the Space Center in America, where you could basically have like a VR experience on the moon and things like that. Like basically, she's an expert at faking space or faking high altitude footage.
Yeah, she brings this idea to life.
Yeah.
great.
Look, she has an IMBD. Okay, here's a screenshot in the side chat. Looks pretty similar to what we're seeing in that footage from the Fram 2, right? But this is fake footage, I think.
Well, they've got the wide-angle lenses down pat. I'll give them that.
Well, not really, almost, because half the time it's kind of like warping between an egg and a curve. It's like a bit eggy.
And who's the bald Australian dickhead?
He's like a medical expert, and yeah, he's annoying. And he's like an explorer or something like that. He's like a guide. He does tours of remote locations like Antarctica and that kind of thing. I haven't done it. I've only researched this one person so far. And then the Asian guy, he's the one that funded the whole thing, right? None of the other three people had to pay any money. They got to come on for free. And this guy apparently paid an undisclosed amount, which they speculate hundreds of millions of dollars to fund this entire polar orbit expedition. And he's just some random crypto entrepreneur.
So this
Right. What about the one that looks like the female version of Richard Branson?
Yeah, still haven't researched that one yet. Looking forward to looking into that one. But yeah, I got basic bios of them here. Oh, 1 second. Right, Fram 2 crew. Okay, so we have so Chung Wang, that's the crypto entrepreneur. He's the mission commander. That's the role that they've given him. And then we have Janique Mickelson, who's the special effects person. And then we have Rabia Roggi, who is a German, I think, who's I got to look into that one more. So she's the mission pilot. And then we got Eric Phillips, the Australian guy, who's a mission specialist and medical officer.
Sounds like a crack team.
Yeah, it's like Star Trek all over again.
It really is. It always starts like this, like some random oligarch or cryptocurrency guy with billions has started some private funding to space. Sounds like the beginning to Aliens or something weird. Got the medic. We got, I don't know, was there an engineer around? No, we had a pilot, didn't we? And we got the space effects guy. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Isn't it crazy that Janique Mickelson was also involved and flying on the One More orbit as well?
Yeah, that
and she
is
was,
quite.
This is what's interesting about that. They live streamed it, and she was the one that was in charge of the live stream. Her job was, I forget exactly what, she was basically in charge of all the instrumentation on the plane that wasn't related to the actual flying of the plane. And she was in charge of the live streaming. So Antonio Sabrates was watching the live stream, and he worked out that they didn't even go over Antarctica. They didn't even go near Antarctica because he was tracking the live stream. He's got videos about it. I need to check them out properly. But he shows the actual path they took, and it was different to the path they claimed that they took. And so if they faked that, then she was the one that was basically in charge of that fakery.
Okay, I get you.
All right, Eric Phillips is the annoying Australian guy. So Eric Phillips is an Australian professional adventurer and polar explorer with decades of expedition experience. Phillip has guided ski treks to both North and South Poles, co-founded the International Polar Guides Association.
Yeah, it's the Australian Indiana Jones. Yeah.
Yep. And then we got Rabia Patricia Rogge from Berlin is an electrical engineer. There's your engineer, Jedi.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, an electrical engineer.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you can sleep easy tonight knowing that
She's going to take care of the computers and the cameras and stuff. Yeah.
Yep. So she's a robotics expert and polar scientist. Yeah. On the Fram 2 mission, she served as the pilot of the Crew Dragon spacecraft.
Okay, so this is a satellite, isn't it?
It's like the same thing that Katy Perry and that went up on, except somehow it goes around the globe.
Okay, so they were in this then. So she was piloting this thing. Oh, this just gets fucking brilliant. This is awesome. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you a picture of what she was the pilot of.
Yeah, dear.
It's kind of funny. You know, I was watching the footage as well, and they were meant to be 460 kilometers above the globe. And one of them said, "Oh, I can see our launch pad." She's like, "Well, I can see the launch pad."
Yeah, I remember you saying this yesterday, and I called her the Bionic Woman because that's fucking stupid. The angular size of that platform is going to be too small for you to see. You're not going to be able to see that. You're not going to be able to define anything on the floor. It's just going to look cloudy and green and blue.
You can barely see a giant jumbo jet from 6 miles away.
Yeah.
Heather.
Wow.
Oh.
Gwyneth ask Muslim.
Hold on. I watched King Kong yesterday. This looks like the thing they had in that.
Yeah, go in there.
Very well.
So this is the kind of stuff that that one of them makes, right? She made this this sci-fi series where they're basically in a capsule on the way to Mars or something like that, and all the footage looks exactly like the footage from the Fram 2 mission. Called Stowaway.
Well, yeah, obviously, method acting and so on. Actually had to go to space before she wrote about it for a Netflix documentary.
So she's a professional at faking footage, kind of like these screenshots in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just happens to have been selected for this this trip. And here it is, Jedi. Here's the spacecraft.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. She looks like she's been directly inspired by bloody Star Wars, doesn't she? That's for sure. Oh, that's crazy. Well done, though, DJ, mate. It's the first time I've heard of this Fram 2. One more Orbit, yeah. Loads of stuff about that, but well done for finding this, dude. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised more Globers don't actually try to bring this up. But it's weird that this trip, like the videos don't have that many views.
Right. I was going to say, it doesn't seem like a popular thing. Like you said, they don't come in here and talk about it. I hadn't heard about it
Yeah.
until like the last few days. No one cares.
Even Indio, Amish, Indio, no one had heard of it. I'd only
Right.
heard of it like because I forget where I heard about it, but I looked up a few videos on it a few months ago. But otherwise, I hadn't have heard of it before then either.
Hey, T-Dog, where old mate in the side chat put down you can't teach old dogs to sit, was he referring to himself?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, he's set. He's set in his ways. He's like, get off my lawn.
What's going on in here?
Waiting for the next silly claim to come up.
Just waiting for silly claims.
Sorry, I was thinking out loud. Waiting for the next globe believer to bring forth their proof. Or evidence. Or claims.
Alright, sounds good.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, yo, home skillet.
Yo, yo.
What's on your mind?
Food.
Yeah, me too. I want a burger or something.
I'm a fat for 4 more hours. No, 3 more hours. Then I'll eat, maybe.
That's good. Shut up, Misty. Sorry. Yeah, last night I got pretty drunk, but passed out at like 4 o'clock.
Was you drunk?
Last night, yeah, I had like 3 canisters of like 16 ounces of wine. Like, probably, I drank a lot of wine last night for some reason.
Also, you're pretty alcohol tolerant then.
Yeah, if I drink it really slow, it doesn't do much to me.
You sound about the same.
Huh?
That you sound about the same, normal,
I
like
didn't.
this, or drunk.
You said I sounded the same last night as I usually do?
I think so. I couldn't tell you were drunk, like you're saying now. I didn't know at that moment that you were drunk last night.
Yeah.
Didn't sound like it
Wow.
to me. Maybe other people figure, but Now that you say it, okay.
Maybe it was that I wasn't drunk. Like maybe it was my idea of drunk is I don't know. Maybe I wasn't truly drunk. I was feeling it though. I was getting a little irritated though because that Muhammad guy. It felt like that I know we were being patient, but that went on for a long time, and yeah. But I tried to
Mohammed,
be patient.
the circuit engineer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was nice. It was just like, oh God, when is this gonna be over?
He was cool. He was out of the people around that time. He was probably, more polite, respectful. He did have a back and forward, and he was listening to what was being said and engaging. So yeah, he was cool. Mohammed.
Yeah. Did anybody come in here and act a fool yet today?
I just joined minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, there have been plenty of fools.
Mm-hmm.
As usual.
Okay, hold on.
What's up?
The sky.
Expectations.
Standards.
Penises.
Taxes. Inflation. Prices.
Lower gas pressure. It's been a fun day. Any crazies? Anything interesting?
What, you want crazy?
Oh, I want crazy.
Oh, we got security here. Go ahead, security.
Hey, retards. That's as crazy as I could get.
Hola, mis retardos. ¿Cómo están?
No retardos, retardados.
Oh, bueno,
Is that how you say it?
retrasados.
También. Pero retrasado sería, it will be like if you're behind your job, like you're doing a job and you're behind the time. That will be retrasado.
Right, like or rewinding a show or something like that.
Yeah.
I want to watch a good show. Just don't know what to watch next. Wow. Nope. I don't drink this early in the day.
I just wondered what Earth made you say penises.
Why did I say penises?
Yeah,
Because somebody
was-
said, "What's up?"
It was quite poignant.
I guess.
Just
Are we
being as
running any
ladylike.
type of event at the moment? Does anybody know, or is it just hanging about? We got
Hanging
an
about.
event going?
Yeah,
That would be in a good. That would be a good event title.
What do you mean?
Well, somehow to
If-
combine what's up with you know.
Yeah. Let me see what I can work with.
She went.
How-
What she meant was pennies. Like the price of the pennies are up because pennies are more expensive. The materials required to make a penny, so it's up. So that's why.
Hmm.
Come on, guys. You start thinking about the worst part. Dirty minds.
Well, instead of saying that, we could say we're discussing prostate health today.
What?
Yes.
No.
You're all going to kick yourself in a minute. We're
No.
talking balls.
I know.
Balls, guys. Come on.
We only talking balls, black holes, and rockets shaped like penises, but we're not going beyond that.
Yeah.
And spaces.
Maybe measuring the shadow lengths of obelisks.
Obelisks are cool. Okay, let me see if I can find somebody who doesn't believe in flat Earth to come in here and start trouble. Let me see if I know anybody.
Well, tell them, this group, they believe in flat Earth, but I'm not smart enough to explain them the globe. Can you come help me?
Oh yeah, I'll say, hey, go to this room. I don't know if he really will, but let's see. He's a
And make
smart guy too.
And make sure you tell them to talk to Jedi.
Okay.
What? Why?
Because I said so.
You have the most patience, Jedi.
Oh, I do fucking not. DJ has the most patience. I definitely don't.
Especially when they start talking over you and clipping you every time. That's when the patience is 100.
It flows out of him.
Yep, I'm extremely patient when that happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it pours out of you, the patience. You can collect it.
Shit, even my fuse ignites when they talk over Jedi.
How dare they mess with Jedi?
There's an event started now, by the way, titled "What's Up."
And what's
I see what
down?
you did there. I see what you did there, DJ. You took inspiration from our conversation over the last 10 minutes. I liked it.
I do.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's just what's up. It's casual conversation.
Well, I
You
added
wait
the
until we start
image.
taking up away from them. You can't have up on the sphere. You mean outwards, don't you? Yeah.
This what's up? Is that where we should go? Is it a different thing?
I don't know.
A woman?
Yes.
Hey.
Hi. So, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
Exams.
Oh, cool. Is this your first time visiting the Flat Earth Discord?
No.
Oh.
Dang, not you assuming her gender just based off the way she sounds.
It's okay. If I was wrong, she'd correct me and I'd be like, "I'm sorry, sweetheart."
All good. I am a girl. It works.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Even if they were a man that sounded like a girl, they probably have mental illness and think they're a girl anyway, so they probably wouldn't correct me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
We're not having this argument right now.
Yeah, you're saying the bad stuff, huh? Okay.
Uh-oh.
It's a nice, sweet car ride, and all of a sudden we took a massive left turn and I bumped my head. Welcome to the channel, Mira. How are you today?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm nervous, but good.
Oh, don't be nervous. But though I do appreciate you saying so and being honest. Is there anything that we can help with? We're trying to get a discussion going at the moment, so we're trying to talk about the Earth and what it is and so on. Did you have any questions, or is there something you wanted to speak about?
Well, that is a thing that has happened to me kind of often, but like people being harassing or sexualizing and in general being disgusting. Like,
Okay.
how do you
Well,
respond
security's muted at the
appropriately?
moment, so we should be okay. If security causes any more problems, I'll mute her. That was
No,
a joke.
I don't mean that specifically to here and these people. I mean, it happens so often in Discord, and I find it very awkward and don't know how to respond to that behavior.
Block straight away. Don't entertain it. Just block it.
Yeah, Jedi has to go through that all the time because he's a male model, so
Oh, you wouldn't believe. Yeah.
Oh,
Every
yes, I
day.
will.
Hmm.
He gets it from boys and girls.
It's not a joke. It's actually true. But anyway, moving on. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. We are talking about the Earth. We've been told that it's a planet. We're flat earthers, and we're going to tell you, no, it's not. It's not a planet. If the Earth was a planet, that means the surface of the Earth would curve over distance. Remember the pictures from space of the Earth and the other planets? They're all great big balls, spheres, right? So when we try to measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth, where it should be, according to the mathematical formulas, we don't measure any. So what we do measure over the surface of the Earth is over its surface of water, the water lies horizontally. Now that's, in simple terms, like a straight line. So if the surface of the Earth is a straight line, it can't be a sphere, which would mean it would be a curved line from point A to B. So we say the Earth is flat because it's measured to be that way. Has anybody got any comments or queries upon what I just said?
Question: how come you can't fall off the Earth then?
I don't know. Why would you presume that you would?
Why would you presume you wouldn't when it was
Because I
flat?
haven't. I haven't, right? I don't think there's any stories in history of people falling off of the Earth and rescue teams having to get cranes and pulleys to bring them back again. I have no fear about falling off the Earth because it's never happened.
I mean, unless you count the story of the Odyssey, there indeed wasn't.
Right.
What would you fall into?
That would be the next best question. According to ancient mythology, there would be the deity called Chaos, the first deity that ever existed. But that's just ancient mythology.
Yeah. One of many types of ancient mythology or theology. There's many types of these stories, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I guess for thousands of years or however long we've been around, we've always been curious about where we are, why we're here.
Yeah, quite true.
Yeah.
Well, that's simple to answer. You are in your body, and why are you here? Because your mom and daddy. Did the, you know?
Did the deed. Well, in a simple term, yes. That is the biological simple truth, yes.
Why is there anything at all?
There could again be a million signs you could be looking at. You could look for what the Bible says in Christianity, or the Torah in Jewish, or you could look at ancient Greek or ancient Norse, or you could look at Hindu, or you could look at science. There are a million ways to answer that question.
And you can look probably most of those cosmologies, and they all kind of like come to the conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. Just saying.
And except for ancient Greek.
There's only two conclusions you can reach. The surface is either curved or it's not. It's not a million different answers. It's either one or the other. It's like a line, like a straight line. A straight line isn't a curved line, right? And there's only really two choices we've got here, right? It's either straight, or we can have zigzag lines, but that'd be a combination of straight lines, or we can have curved lines, wavy lines. So either straight lines or curved lines. There's only two choices, especially in geometric terms, right? The claim that the Earth is a shape, that's a sphere, with a curved surface. Okay, so we've only got two real choices of surface. It's either curved or straight. When we measure it, it's straight, not curved.
That's called a true dichotomy.
What now? Can you repeat that, T-Dub? I couldn't quite hear you.
When there's no third option, it's called a true dichotomy.
Okay, never heard that before.
Is it like either you're a male or female? Is that a true dichotomy?
I don't know because I don't know the word dichotomy.
I was asking Tito though.
I would say yes.
What's a word mean? Is there any topic the majority in this room would be interested in? This is like pulling teeth.
Pulling teeth? Nah, pulling teeth hurts a lot. This doesn't hurt. What topic do you want to talk about? You got any questions about the topic though? Like the cosmology of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, the shape of the Earth? You believe in the globe? You don't? Oh, what do you want to ask or say? You want to talk
I feel like I am in school with my English teacher because my English teacher spends half the lesson arguing with my class whether or not the Earth is flat or not.
Your English teacher does that?
Yes.
Did
One
he
time.
Did he send you the link for this server?
No.
Okay.
I came here because, forgive me, but my English teacher is not very good at teaching English since, as I've already said, she often spends half of the lesson arguing with one of my classmates about useless stuff. Not exactly useless, but like stuff that does not belong in English class.
But do they do it in English?
No,
Oh, they do it in a different language. Okay.
in our native language, because no one in my class can do proper English grammar because we never learned because the teacher isn't teaching us.
Oh, it will be surprising that you could learn some of the arguments in here about whatever flat or globe Earth and bring it to them in English. Bring it to him. You learned English about these topics, and then you can speak English about the topic with him. Or her, whatever. Or it.
Her.
Yeah, with her. Yeah. You could learn some, because is she arguing for or against the flat Earth?
My class and I are arguing for round, and my teacher is arguing for flat.
Your teacher is a flat Earth. Smart teacher.
Yeah, anyway, start arguing so I can start
The
learning.
second instance of that, 24 hours. I'm shocked. We had someone else say that their teacher was telling them the Earth is flat. This is
Like
weird.
12 hours ago. Right, Tito?
Wow.
Yeah, you were there. Yeah, you remember.
Yeah.
That's a crazy coincidence.
Not really. I've heard it before. But within 12 hours, sure. Coincidence. Not really. So, what will be, let's say, what have you heard from your teacher? Like, let's say one example that she's given you about the topic.
Okay, for example, one of my classmates asked her, well, the same question I already asked, how come you don't fall off the earth if it's as flat as a plate?
Okay, that's because the edge idea comes from an imaginary version of reality. You think the person that asked that question is picturing in their minds a disc, like a disc. They're thinking from an outside perspective, looking towards the Earth as a disc, but that's not what the Earth is. So the premise: why don't you follow the edge of the disc or the ends of the world? Why don't you do that? Because that premise is a straw man that doesn't make any sense.
Oh. Okay, that's an interesting answer. Well, my teacher answered, well, because there's a big ice wall surrounding the earth, keeping you from falling off.
You need to bring your teacher in here. I'd love to speak to your teacher.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But listen. There is such a things of topography across the earth that are labeled ice walls, and they do hold water. But that's not what we're saying in here. No.
Yeah. Wait, I'm not finished.
Wait, because the thing about the ice wall is that there is topography labeled the ice wall, but that's we haven't checked that is the whole of the surrounding the world. And anyways, you can get on top of the ice wall and there's like a continent. The ice wall is just a shoreline of ice that is receding from a continent, and this happens in various areas across the world that you can find ice walls receding from the land, and this is just topography.
Yeah. Well, anyway, my classmate then asked, how come we have never seen it? Well, my teacher then answered, because, especially on the North Pole, it's military
restrictions. Yes, that's correct. Your teacher is
military
correct. There are
restrictions.
military restrictions. You cannot travel to these places just
What?
Yeah.
I'm confused. Has somebody seen it or not?
Yeah.
Is she saying nobody's seen it or somebody has seen it? Because it doesn't
She
make any
says
sense
nobody has
to answer
seen
that
it
question with because it has been seen.
Yeah, the teacher is in a position. I know it's there, but you cannot go see it because the military people don't let you. It's kind of sounds like that.
That's exactly what she said.
Okay, think about it like this. I don't know because I haven't been there. I'm not allowed to go away from the known areas of the world. So I cannot go to the ends of the world and tell you, yeah, I saw it. Because I haven't, and nobody in here has. Your teacher doesn't know neither. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you really need to bring your teacher in here. For sure.
I can't.
Oh, that's a shame.
You listen. You tell your teacher there is a English learning server, and you just give her the link, but the specific link to this room, and that's it. It's an English learning.
Just write down the link on a piece of paper and then just leave it on her desk. Don't say anything.
I would get hit if I do that.
By who?
By my teacher.
Fuck her then. Don't pay her any attention if she's going to do that. If you slide her a
Hits
paper.
you? Your teacher is allowed to hit you?
She is not. She just doesn't care.
Okay. Well, she would be
you
interested
sound
that you've been speaking about flat Earth, a subject that she has been speaking to you about. So I would have thought it would be interesting to her to have people to speak to about flat Earth with. So the invitation is to your teacher as well. But it's just because, and I'm only jumping in because of this. There's a lot of flat earthers in the world that say unverifiable things or say things that they believe to be true but haven't proven to be true, or just follow the crowd and say what seems right. So some of the answers you have been given, like the one about the ice wall, and that was answered like really well already. So I won't go into answer that. But what I will say is there's a lot of bad information out there. And I think here in this server we pride ourselves on good information. And what we do fight every day is the bad information. People come in here with an idea about flat Earth, like a disc in space, for example, that has an edge that you could possibly fall off. But we don't make any type of claims like that at all. So it's one of the reasons why we're here, is to fight the bad propaganda regarding the flat Earth.
Quite interesting. Perhaps I can convince her to have a look.
Yeah, no pressure, no stress. It just would be interesting if she did. But thank you.
I'll ask her.
if she hits you, punch her back in the nose.
I can't just do that.
What?
No, don't do that.
Can she hit you
Well.
first?
Wait, someone can just hit you and you do nothing? That's it? That's how it works?
First of
Damn.
all,
Which country you live? North Korea?
No. Goodness, no, I wouldn't be speaking to you if I did. Probably.
Maybe the teacher is your mom, that's why.
If my mom would hit me, then we would have a very different kind of problem.
But your teacher can hit you and it's totally fine.
No. I just won't punch her back. That does not mean that I'm not doing something about it. Just punching back the teacher is a stupid idea because I kinda can't punch a person in authority because it would get me in trouble.
Sure, it'd be
Perceived
self-defense if they
authority.
hit you first.
No, I'm just saying that's a bad idea. Obviously, you don't want to punch her. I'm just saying that it's crazy that someone can just you're saying it can hit you or
Actually, she's probably going to get fired soon because there have been multiple complaints about her hurting children.
she's that type.
Yeah, the school doesn't take kindly to it, so she'll probably be removed soon.
Well, just invite her here. We'll deal with her. We'll try to fix her up somehow.
You will not.
Oh, you'll be surprised.
Yeah.
We can get rid of the brainworms at least.
Ah. How interesting.
What's the
So
topic here?
the
Sorry to
topic
interrupt
is the Earth is not a spinning globe in a vacuum of space, as demonstrated by the physical natural world, the way it presents itself to us as a flat, motionless, level, horizontal, topographical, all of those things, except for the things that you will need, like curvature or movement, for it to be a spinning globe. We don't have any of that.
What does that have to do with hitting and not fighting back?
Fighting back? Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I thought I heard.
No, yeah,
I think-
we're talking about the teacher teaching Flutter to her students. But yeah, that's what we're talking about.
All right.
But quick
Hello,
question.
everyone.
Go ahead, ask your question.
How come there are pictures clearly showing that the Earth is round?
What picture?
How? Sorry, are you marveling at how pictures can be created and art and so on?
Nah,
You
not
know how
art.
images,
I mean pictures taken by the NASA by off-world. What are those things called?
satellites.
Space agencies or satellites, yeah.
So, how do we explain them? What do you want to know?
No. I want to know how it comes that they show that the Earth is round. If, according to your theory, it would not be a sphere.
It will be in the picture will be a misrepresentation, because when we measure the surface of the Earth and the surface of the Earth is not curving, when we see an image of the Earth and the waters that we measure that doesn't curve and those things are curving in the image, that is a misrepresentation. Like, you can see a dog and I can make you an AI video or a movie where the dog can speak English, Chinese, Spanish, right? That dog is a misrepresentation of a real dog. It looks like a dog, but the cartoon dog is not a dog. So the cartoon Earth, curving Earth in a vacuum of space, is not the Earth. It's a cartoon, a misrepresentation. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know why those pictures are wrong also.
You want to know why they're wrong?
Yeah, why would they? That's my question also. Like, why would they make fake pictures to misrepresent reality? I agree with her in that sense, because I think that's a question that comes to mind for everybody. But we know they're wrong because we measure reality, and reality does not match what those pictures show.
Yeah, making the pictures misrepresentations of reality. Because you can represent reality in a correct way. When you draw with perspective, right, and you see drawings, you could represent reality into a correct representation. But the misrepresentation is the globe. Go ahead, guys.
What we do know about the pictures, Myra, is that many of the pictures that you see that NASA gives you from outer space are admitted by NASA to be composites, right? They're admitted to be made in Photoshop. And when you zoom in on them, you can tell, right? You can see copy-pasted clouds, repeating cloud patterns, all kinds of different things. Okay, so if you have a look in the side chat, I can send some examples. Okay, here's a whole range of pictures from NASA. Okay, starting with 1972 all the way up to 2015. Now, NASA says out of all of these pictures that you have here, only one of them is a photograph of the Earth from space. All of the other ones, right, after the 1972 one, are just computer-generated images. They're composited images. Right, they all look completely different. Quite often they even use the same clouds in some of them, right? The 2002 and 2007 blue marbles, they use the exact same cloud layer, okay, when they're making it in Photoshop. So here is the guy that makes the images. His name's Robert Simon. He works for NASA, and he's done interviews explaining how he makes them. Okay, so here is the guy. Here is the blue marble. This is the famous blue marble that everyone had on their phones when it was made on the iPhone. Okay, and if you have a look at the images that I posted, you can see copy-pasted clouds, and he even admits that it's photoshopped because it has to be, and that it's just a series of images or a series of radio telescope data that's turned into an image and then stitched together into a big flat map and then wrapped around a ball in Photoshop, and then he adds in the clouds and everything later, and then he tries to meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space. That's word for word what he says.
Quite interesting.
So yeah. And then, like the other guys said, when we actually go and test the surface of water over long distances, we can't detect any curvature. Right, over distances where there should be many, many hundreds of feet of curvature consistently. So, right here, have a look at this one. This is what I was talking about before. Okay, so you can look these up on NASA's website. So on the left, we have the 2007 blue marble, and on the right, we have the 2002 blue marble. Okay, and what you'll notice is that they've actually used the same cloud layer on both of those, identical clouds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that is
that goes,
really.
yeah, quite a lot of the imagery that you see from outer space, right, from, say, the James Webb Telescope, the Hubble, all of these things, most of it, if you have a look into it, it's actually computer-generated, artist-generated, right? They specifically use the word image or picture, right? And they avoid using the word photo as well. Because most people don't look into it. And they're not lying about the fact that most of these are computer generated, right? They'll admit it, but most people think that they're photos. Right? In 2012, Obama did a big press conference to the United States, and he said, "Oh, NASA has blessed us with this beautiful new photograph of the Earth from space," and everyone watched that, and they think that it's a photograph. And then if you actually go and check the 2012 blue marble that he was talking about, you'll find out that it's not a photograph. It's actually just a composite made in Photoshop. So there's a lot of like magic taking place, sleight of hand. It's deception, but they are, if you look into it, you'll find out that it's a fact that they're computer generated.
Well, they're artists, right? Like if you look at this, what I just posted in the side chat, I took a screenshot of a Twitter post, right? It's now X, and this is from NASA. This is what they posted. They claim that this image was taken from space, looking at the moon as it passes in front of the Earth from the satellite that they have out in the Lagrange point. And then if you look at the next image, I actually took the liberty of saving the full image. And then the third image, if you zoom in on it, you'll notice that the moon is casting a green shadow on the Earth. And that usually happens because of computer overlay.
In some of the images, they'll tell you this is an artistic rendition. They'll tell you too. Composite, artistic, depictions. What's going on with your mic, Dua? Dua? You've been feeding sounds into the VC for a while, so do you have any questions, or just mute yourself so we don't hear your background noise?
3, 2, 1.
Ah!
And then if you check in the side chat now, these are all images that were rendered in some kind of science magazine or article, and they were called exoplanets outside of our solar system and around other stars, right? And also, if you look at this, I'm going to post this. So this is another image where somebody took a picture of a table and then put it in Photoshop, and it miraculously looks like Jupiter. Here's another one. And I know I've got bad background noise. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to hurry.
You actually don't have background noise. We can only hear your voice, though.
That's beautiful. That's what I like to hear.
Well, it doesn't. It sounds a little muffled, but I can still comprehend what you're saying.
Sounds like Apollo transmissions. It's like, Houston, we have a
but good quality. It sounds good.
It's not a 20-minute delay.
No, it's clear.
Here is the original meme that somebody sent, and I decided to save this. If you look on the left, you'll see 6. It looks like exoplanets, but really they're the underside of frying pans, and they just cropped them out to make them look like planets. Let's see. And then as far as Earth curve goes, this is one of my favorite images to show. This one right here. I posted another image in the side chat.
Hey, hello.
How are you?
Good, Hussein. How are you?
Good. I'm pretty good. Okay, I'm new here. So what are we talking about?
Anyone want to answer his question?
We're talking about
Okay.
the images that were given from outer space from NASA.
Space.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most of
NASA.
them
Yeah,
are CGI, right? Computer
yeah, I got it.
composites, that kind of thing.
Got
Yeah,
it.
that's what we're
English
talking
please.
But
about, bro.
it's very difficult for me because I'm from Egypt and my native language is Arabic. Okay, so if you're gonna talk NASA, I don't understand anything. So I will try to comprehension, okay, or understand what we talk.
Okay, Hamed, real quick, Hamed. Let me say this though.
Okay, I'm
When
listening.
you asked the question, and just
Okay.
now when someone is saying something, you have to listen to the words so you can
Yeah, I
comprehend what
got
is
it.
being said. If you open your
Yeah,
mouth and start speaking while someone is speaking to you, you're not gonna learn anything.
yeah, you're right. Okay.
Okay, so you can ask question, you wait for the reply. When the reply is done, because DJ was, replying to you, and it's okay.
It's
I wanted to hear
okay.
so everybody else, because remember, there's many people in here, so multiple people are trying to listen each individual
Yeah.
speak. Okay.
Okay. It's very
Okay.
good.
Thank you, Ahmed. Appreciate
Okay.
it. Do you have
See
any other
you next
questions?
question.
You're welcome to ask more questions.
Okay. I'm just listening to what you're talk. Okay. So if you want to ask something, I will ask. I'll ask you. Okay.
Sounds
I have a
good.
question actually.
Go ahead, Hound.
Yeah, how you could explain the ship disappear? I mean, into the ocean, past the ocean. Is there any scientific explanation about that?
Chiefs disappearing over the horizon over distance. Anybody want to
Yeah,
address that one?
about that.
Yeah. Most of the time, a ship will just get smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes away from you until you can't see it anymore. Okay, because its size has become too small for you to see. Okay, but what we can do is we can zoom back in and we can see the whole ship again. Sometimes there's something blocking the ship, right? Like the waves. Sometimes if there's big waves, the waves can block the bottom of the ship. And sometimes we can have miraging effects, which can make it look like the ship is either floating up in the air or sinking behind the horizon. But most of the time, it's just getting smaller and smaller and it's fading off into the distance. I can show you some examples if you want to see what I'm talking about. If you can see the side chat, I'll post a couple. All right. Right, here. Right, so you can't see a boat at all. You can only see the horizon. Okay, and then he's
Yeah.
zooming in with this amazing camera. And then he keeps zooming and zooming and zooming. And then all of a sudden, wow, we can actually see the boat, right? The boat wasn't really gone. It was just too small for the human eye to resolve. But we have this technology now where we can actually zoom in and see the boat again. Now, if there were bigger waves on this day, we wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. Okay, or if there was a particular type of miraging effect, which can happen sometimes, then maybe the bottom of the boat would look like it's missing, but that's just an effect, just due to the temperature and the pressure of the air.
So pressure of the air, the wave, yeah, that's actually kind of common sense.
Yeah.
Especially human eye can rendering that far. Yeah, I think that's
right.
Yeah,
And
You
we
see
can
the
we can
misconception?
recreate.
Go ahead, DJ.
We can recreate this situation on a small scale, on a flat surface, and make it look like the same thing's happening. Make it look like something's disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, just proving that it's not something that is because of the curvature. It's something that's because of temperature and pressure, and sometimes waves.
Fata Morgana.
Fata Morgana would make it look like the ship is floating up in the air, and it would be quite chaotic. The opposite of a Fata Morgana is like an inferior mirage, and it's the opposite effect. So you have an inverted refractive index, so it makes it look like instead of things are up higher than they should be, right? It'll make things look like they're lower than they should be. So it can look like half of the ship is missing behind the horizon, but it's not really missing. It's just due to the way that the temperature and the air and the light and the pressure and the humidity, everything is working together to cause that particular effect. Yeah. Right. Even the mainstream says this, right? So if I go to Google right now and I'll type in what is sinking refraction? Okay, and I'll read the first thing that comes up from the Google AI. Okay, sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where distant objects appear lower than their actual position or disappear below the horizon. It is the opposite of looming, caused by a weak temperature inversion or non-standard density gradient. Yeah, so that's something that can happen as well.
Yeah, if you look in the side chat, you'll notice I've got some windmills out there, and the ones that are in front of the horizon, they seem like a normal size, and then the ones that are behind the horizon, they appear to be very magnified, much larger than the windmills that are in front of them. And so, this gives us the plausibility for atmospheric conditions for a refraction and sinking effect with magnification involved.
Definitely, that's a good example.
Yeah.
Hound, you see how contrary to the pre-assumed conclusion of what else could it be that is causing the phenomena of boats disappearing from my view, what else could it be besides the curvature of the earth? Because most people pre-assume that, right? And that's why you ask in the first place. And then now you get a reply with testable, observable, verifiable, repeatable variables that you can check, and everybody can all across the world, and can tell you what many conditions, many variables that are causing all the effects that you're observing, contrary to the other one. Oh, I don't see the boat anymore because Earth is curving. You see the difference, Hound?
No.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think I just have to make research about this. Yeah. Kind of like hilarious. I thought it was, you guys talking about the color of magic. Ever heard about the movie?
The color of magic? No, no one mentioned magic. Someone mentioned magic? Mention magic?
No, it's kind of like is a flat earther.
That was a terrible song, by the way.
So yeah, I think I don't want to agree with that, especially this is kind of like makes sense for me.
Hey, Hellhound, if you also look in the side chat, below those GIFs that I posted, there's a final GIF, and this is a time-lapse photography, right? So it's almost like a video throughout several hours of a day. And you see that because the temperature and conditions changed, probably due to wind, pressure, heat, humidity, that you'll see the horizon move up and down in the image for the water, right? We know the water is level, but the water moves up and down. It appears to move up and down, even though nothing's changed, other than your observation of it, the optics of it.
But we also don't pretend to have an answer for everything either, right? We're afraid to say I don't know when we don't know. Any honest person would say I don't know when they don't know.
Hello.
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 What's up?
Hello, man.
Hello, man. Welcome.
Hello, man. Welcome. Why so many people here?
Popular channel, man. It's #1. This is the best channel in the server. Yeah, lots of people.
Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, man. Yeah. #1 in the whole server.
Wait, we haven't said any jokes and you're already laughing, though.
The name of the server is Joke itself.
No.
Joke?
It's not a joke. The Earth is
Of
not a
course
joke,
it
my
is.
friend. You know what's a joke? The spinning space ball covered in water that people blindly believe in. The globe is the joke.
No, I
And you,
just wanted to check on you guys if you feel...
Domino, why do you think water is a joke, though?
I don't think water is a joke. I drink water with alcohol.
Oh, there you go.
water with alcohol.
He needs it watered down, guys.
What's that cocktail called?
Voda.
Vodka.
Water.
Voda.
Kind of funny. Yeah, I get you.
But why, many people here, but no one talking?
You are talking.
Yeah, we're talking
Yeah,
right
but
now.
in all, many people here, but everyone is mute.
It's because we're listening.
Yeah, only two people can talk at the same time, or one person talking at to another person. If everybody was talking, it would be chaos.
Like if
right?
I was talking with DJ, it would be chaos, right?
I mean, okay, but you don't need to be mute.
Really?
Okay,
How did?
I came off. I came off mute, dude. Dude, I came off mute to talk to you. I bet you can't wait to talk to
You
me.
know what? Let's just talk through someone else and let's just make a whole ruckus so we can
Yeah,
fully
I mean, if you
understand
want to
what's
talk to
actually
everybody,
going on.
Everybody
at the
should.
same time.
Yeah, if we all
it
start
seems like a
talking,
good
it's
idea.
gonna
Like,
Okay,
be
everyone
longer and
start
longer.
speaking at the
This
same
is
time.
fun.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, go.
Okay. Well, the Earth is
okay, so
definitely not a. All right, it didn't
That's
work
not a
out.
good
I
idea.
love you, DJ.
Oh,
All right.
yes.
So, who are we talking to again? Has anyone got any globe evidence that the Earth's a globe? That's what we're
I have a
into.
question. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Uh, is it possible that the Earth is a flat triangle and not necessarily a disk?
Well, we don't claim it's a disc, and yeah, if you want to claim it's a triangle, I don't know why you think that.
Pizza.
You guys into
Because
pizza? That's kind of weird.
because the reason being there is this competition that happens in near Antarctica, I think, the boat competition, and they say that the globe earthers, they say, well, you are going away from one point towards another. If it was flat, you have to, I mean, if it was circular and flat, you have to cover entire circumference to come back to that point, right?
Yeah, if it was a circle, but we don't say it's
Yeah,
a circle. We just say it's flat.
exactly.
Yeah.
So maybe
What you're
there is a
thinking of, what you're thinking of is not flat Earth. What you're thinking of is not flat Earth. Okay, you're thinking of a globe projection. That's the round map, right? With the, it looks like you've got Antarctica go around the edges. Yeah, that's not what we claim the Earth is. Maybe some flat earthers claim that, but that's not what people are claiming in here.
I see. If you saw a triangle Earth, would you like sus that? Or would you
Yeah,
suspect
you
that?
know, flat's not a shape, right? Flat's the description of a surface. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, but the people that think it's a globe are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. And then when we test that in reality to try to find the curvature, it fails, and there's no curvature.
Flat
It
is
can't be a
also this.
globe.
Flat is a orientation. That horizontal is a frame of reference that everybody is. Everybody has to operate based on that horizontal. Everything works within that horizontal. I'm just saying that it's a description of the surface, like DJ said, but it's also a orientation of the world that we stand. Even your senses are attuned to it. Vestibular system. Go ahead.
Interesting.
Water.
So
Pressure.
why don't we fall down from the tip or the corners? Like that's something that the globe earthers ask. So how can we counter that?
We don't claim that the Earth, we do not claim that the Earth is a flat planet, that you can fall off the edge into space. Okay? We don't claim that you can't take the globe model, right, and then change the globe into a flat disk, right? We do not claim that. You can't fall off the floor, can you? You can't fall off a lake.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That's
It's just
like that seems
it's
like
common sense.
it's deep philosophy, I think.
Well, not really. It's what we all experience. It's common sense. Okay. So we would say that to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Whereas the globe earthers would say, no, you don't need a container. You could have all of the ocean stuck to the outside of a ball that's spinning through space. We would say, no, that's ridiculous, right? You need to have a container to have water, a large body of water.
You need the water under certain pressures to be in the liquid state, don't you? If you didn't have the pressurized environment, then the water will turn into gas as well. And the pressurized environment requires a certain setup, like containment of some sort. The globe doesn't have that.
That's low-key based.
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. What we're doing is we test the surface of the Earth empirically. Okay, we go out and we take high-powered zoom cameras, long-distance lasers, things like that, and we calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and we try to find it. And at this point, we've done thousands of tests, and we can't find any curvature. There's huge amounts of curvature that would have to be present, and it's not there. Okay, so that's the context of flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth. We don't claim to have all of the answers about, the celestial bodies or anything like that. We're testing the Earth, and it checks out that there's no curvature. And a
But
surface
the Earth
that's
has
not
zero
curving.
curvature. Zero.
Well, there's okay. So you've got, when I say no curvature, I'm specifically talking in the context of the surface of the water, which covers over 70% of the surface of the Earth. Okay, and that's not curving over distance like it should if the Earth's a globe. Obviously, it can have waves and ripples, and then on the land we've got hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But it's not curving over distance at 8
And it's
inches
also
per
a
mile squared.
specific rate, and it is also a specific rate overall because remember the claim on the table, the global claim that has specific variables, measurements, specific numbers. So when you go to the surface of the Earth, you will have for it to be that globe that they presented on paper of those numbers, the surface of the Earth will have to do that, but it's not doing it. It's not curving at any rate. So how can it be that ball of that with those rates?
Do you guys see a possibility of a pyramid Earth?
Oh, right. My friend,
Pyramid.
at the moment, everything is up for grabs because we're not making a claim what the shape is. We don't know. So it could be a pyramid. Yeah. Could be a cube. Yeah. It might not be an ideal geometric shape like a lake or a leaf or a tree. It's nature. It's Earth. It might be Earth shaped, but we don't know, my friend. So everything is up for grabs.
We do know something about pyramids. Go ahead, Jedi. I thought you were done. My bad. I jumped in too quick.
It was like literally 2 words, apart from the Earth being a sphere. It's like 7 words. That's all it was.
When you're asking about pyramids and Jedi is telling you specifically, we have certain limitations to where we can go, so we don't know the whole of the Earth, the whole of the construct. You're asking for us, do you have God's eye view, an outside perspective like of the construct to say this is the shape of the whole of existence, right? We don't have that perspective. So when you ask us that, if the whole of the Earth shaped as a pyramid, we just don't know. But when you ask about pyramids, we know the pyramids all across the world are in a sense aligned to the movement of the luminaries. And that kind of shows you that the ground is motionless, contrary to the globe. And also a peculiar observation of the sky is that a pyramid shade is observed at the center of rotation of all the luminaries of the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, the radiance, sporadic meteors, everything you see, the luminaries of the star, they all revolve around a pyramid of light at the center of the sky. So when you're asking about pyramids, that's what we see. Pyramids on the ground and a pyramid silhouette in the sky. That's the observation of pyramids. The Earth is a pyramid? I don't really know. Are there pyramids on the Earth? Yes. Is there a pyramid silhouette in the sky? Sure. Do we use triangles to navigate? Go ahead. Go ahead. I said too much.
No, it's okay. I think the mountains they are kind of like pyramids, right? So in a way, we
No, your
can
troll
say
wasn't
they are
gonna work in
on top.
here. Your troll sucks, dude. Not even close to funny.
Hello.
By the way, can I just say something quickly?
Yes, you can.
So I just searched, do any of the flat earthers' claims carry weight or any weight? And it said, Google says, no, flat earthers' claims do not carry any scientific weight. What do you say to that?
Okay,
That's quite
can I-
easy. That's big. Oh, go, Jedi.
Okay, so you said scientific weight, right? The shape of an object isn't a point for scientific inquiry. It's not a scientific claim in the first instance, the shape of an object, in this instance, the Earth. The weight that we do have is the measurements of the surface of the Earth, the long distance observations across the Earth, where we see things that we shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was a sphere. Now, AI or Google's not really going to give you that because it gives the most popular paradigm at the time. Google is censored. Google has algorithms, for example. You can't really trust Google. Google's just a platform, a voice. It's not a citation. It's not a university, right?
A propaganda engine.
Yeah, exactly that. So I would say it's a propaganda engine, but specifically it said no scientific weight.
Yeah, I would say it's accurate then, Jedi. Yep. Flat Earth has nothing to do with science. Science has nothing to do with straight lines and flat surfaces, dude. So yeah, Google's correct. See that?
There you go.
But even his premise question was kind of like too general. Because yeah, you're gonna have to
So you're saying the shape of the Earth
think about it
is not
deeper.
science? It is science.
Hold on. Let me go with this. When we learn about shapes, did we learn about shapes in math class or science class? When we measured the interior angle of a triangle, when we figured out the radius and then calculated the area of a circle, did we do that in math class or did we do it in science class?
No, I'm just going off what GPT is saying.
I know, but I'm asking you. I'm going to go off what you say. Where did you learn about shapes? In math class or science class?
It was math.
Yeah, cool. It's geometry, right? It involves numbers and measurements and so on.
Measurements,
Science,
geometry.
yes.
You use different books.
Science is a slightly different tool to mathematics, right? Science, as we dealt with in science class, right, deals with observation of the physical natural world. You creating a hypothesis, that's your prediction about what caused the phenomena that you saw, and then you testing your hypothesis in an experiment, right? That method.
You're saying you can't measure the Earth. What are you on about?
Hold on. No, you can measure the Earth, but you're not going to be science. To figure out the shape, you don't use science. To figure out the shape, you use observation and measurement. So the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific claim. It's under the category of geometry.
It's a separation between what is and how is. This
Maths
table,
is
what is this table? I'm gonna measure it. This table is 12 by
You
12
say
by
maths
12.
is not science. Are you saying
No,
maths is not science?
Math is a language. Okay. Now, for example,
It's
the ideal
formal science.
formal science would follow the scientific method, right? That would be
That's
what I
literally what Google says. Maths is considered a formal science.
Okay.
Rather than natural or empirical science.
Ask Google if math follows the scientific method. I mean, if you're just going to ask Google for your answers, we'll ask some poignant questions to it.
Okay. It says it doesn't.
Cool. So if it doesn't follow the scientific method but claims to be science, what's that? Oh, that's pseudoscience. Something that claims, thank you, Jamesy. Something that claims
You're
to be
going
science.
off something weird. What are you
No,
getting at?
at the moment, I'm just trying to draw the separation between natural science and mathematics and geometry. Right? You're saying that math is science. No, science is its own beast. It has a methodology. It's empirical. Mathematics is a language of expression. You can use mathematics to express the science that you've done. For example, formulas, right? The ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now that's mathematically expressed, but it's based on natural science experiments. So the mathematics expresses the science, but the math isn't the science. You understand that, right?
Yeah. What's your point?
Awesome.
The point is, the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific point of inquiry. It's a point of geometry, which would involve math, observation, and measurement. So to figure out the shape of the Earth, we're not going to use science. We're going to use observation and measurement. When we observe and measure the Earth, we observe and measure the Earth to be horizontal. That's flat.
Not at long distances.
Any and all distances that we can measure, and any and all distances that should show a of 8 inches per. The
Yeah,
rate
so
of
atmospheric refraction bends light downward.
Are
That's
you-
what Google says.
yeah, exactly. You're just Googling on the fly. That's all.
I'm just telling you this. Do you not understand?
Oh, well, ask it, does it sometimes bend light upward? It's going to say yes.
Well, it
yes,
has
sometimes
to
that
bend
happens
light.
too.
Yeah, it has to bend light in all directions, according to this guy. So bending
So
light
it
has nothing
says
to do with a ball.
refraction. All right.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Relax for a
Hey,
minute.
hey,
Refraction
deep thought.
varies.
No,
with
it doesn't say
temperature,
that.
We've heard the
pressure,
stories
and
about
humidity.
refraction. Deep thought. We
Standard
fully understand
curvature-
what deep thought.
standard
Oi,
curvature formulas
bro!
assume no refraction.
Don't
or
read the
average
shit out.
refraction.
We don't care. I want to give you something to think about whilst you're selling your soul off to Google. You're claiming refraction bends light. Okay, that's cool. So how did Eratosthenes do his bullshit sticks and shadows thing if the light's getting bent? Food for thought. Deep thought.
You need to relax yourself a little bit.
Guys, he's
does
taking
not
it like
break that argument. It doesn't.
he's taking it page by page in a sense, and he's going with Google, and you're listening to Google, but you're not listening to what is being said from the real people here, though. So you try to balance your way and
Authentic delusion.
listen to what is
I'm
being
not listening
said.
to authentic delusion. You're right. You're absolutely spot on.
So is that why you're not listening to what's being said, because you think they're delusional?
I mean, the evidence is out there. Like, stop being delusional.
What
I feel like people
evidence?
above the age
What
of 30 and
evidence?
40.
Okay.
A lot
What
of the-
evidence?
A lot of boomers become.
What
Yeah, that's
evidence?
great. We don't
What
care about
evidence?
boomers.
What evidence?
You said lots of evidence. We just want you to post the evidence in the side chat. Nice and
Deep
simple.
thought. You're saying the evidence, but you don't know about it. You're saying the evidence, but you don't know what you're talking about. You see the problem there?
I'm telling you, I do understand because I'm reading it.
Googling it. You're telling us you're repeating and regurgitating. I guarantee you don't understand what you're saying when you repeat it from Google.
Anyway, you understand that the rest of the world thinks you are delusional.
You're not going to take that, are you? You're just going to step right past it, right? I'm trying to look for the intelligence of a man, and at the moment, all of your answers.
Arguments are really weak. They don't carry much
Hold on.
weight.
Okay, so which argument specifically?
The one around Aristotle and how he did stuff with the shadows and stuff like that. Like, come on.
That's your argument, clown shoes, not
What
ours.
a bunch of bollocks, bro. Wrap
Hold
it
on.
up.
So, what is our argument with Aristoteles?
Stop it. Get some help.
I'd run away too.
Did he jump out?
Yeah.
Isn't that Deep Thoughts?
Oh,
Deep
no,
Thoughts is still here.
He's still there. He just gone quiet.
Well, this
Yeah,
is.
you can't just go on AI, bro, and just believe everything it's telling you. All it's doing is just regurgitating the mainstream information that it's been trained on. That's all it's doing. You know, if you don't know what you're talking about, when you say refraction, that kind of thing, you shouldn't be talking about it. You should study it and look into it. Okay, you should challenge the AI. You should look into these things. Don't just blindly believe everything that you get told by an AI. It's dangerous for humanity, man.
Yeah, Google and ChatGPT and everybody else already knows that the average user of their platforms are not people that are well educated, nor will they look into any of these topics, nor will they understand how to see all of the ways that they're ripping you off using bad logic and making baseless claims, and you just believe it because you don't know what they're talking about. It's a great little scam. They prey on the ignorant. Maybe you should actually look into some of these things instead of just, reading the surface level puke that they offer you, and look into what's actually going on.
Yeah, think about it deeply. Just kidding. His name, Deep Thoughts.
No, she ran away.
Alright, she was running away. Yeah, I think kind of like ignorant.
I still find it amusing that people think that all I have to do is come in here and then just read out the stuff on Google. Here you go, Flat Earther. You obviously haven't got the internet, even though I'm speaking to you on Discord, and you haven't thought about Googling this, but I'll read it to you. There you go, Flat Earther. You're educated now. Fuck off.
How much weight does flat earthers carry? No, nothing. They don't have arms or legs. They cannot carry any weight.
Globers can't carry much without hands.
The question was just weird from the beginning. That question that he asked to the AI.
I have a question. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
What is gravity according to you guys?
Well, we don't actually know, but what gravity is claimed to be is purely conceptual. It's only mathematic. It doesn't have any physical properties. So there actually isn't any gravity according to anyone. Hope that helps.
Yeah, with the gravity they claim, you cannot show it. Put it in a cup, use it for anything.
It's not even a force.
Are sun and moon flat too?
Flat? No idea. They look like circles. That's the best I can tell.
The moon looks like a circle sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Are you asking these questions about the moon because you've never actually gone outside and you're only listening to people on the internet talk about the thing called the moon, or what?
The sun and the moon are observable phenomena. They're moving across the sky in cycles. We can see them, track their paths, and see
What are
kind of like
asteroids?
we observe this phenomena from the sky, but that doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on, though. What are asteroids? Good question. Depending if it's the ones that you see as cartoons, the cartoon reality is not a cartoon, right? So you go to Google, you write asteroids, and you see a bunch of cartoons. That's not reality. You can discard all of those. Asteroids might be, in my opinion, just part of the storytelling of a fantasy. Like when you have things in a movie that it can only exist in the movie, like the stones, the Infinity Stones that Thanos used to wipe out half of the universe. You only have it in the movie, in the fantasy.
Man, how thick is Earth then? If we keep drilling, will we come out on other side?
Now you reach a point that you cannot dig any further. They tried that already for 10 years.
So
They only
class
reached
101.
Yeah. The Russians digged for 10 years and only reached 7.8 miles or something like that. Allegedly.
Well, those are all great, compelling questions.
Yeah, pretty simple ones though, because it sounded like simple English. Beginner? Maybe.
See, I was like, okay, what about Paraguay? I thought Paraguay was so easy.
Oh,
And it says, oh,
let's
you
mute
actually
DJ.
won. Paraguay is the easiest.
Oops, sorry, hot mic. Bruh yourself.
Hey, was I tripping last night, Jimsy, when I heard somebody on the mic telling their husband to get off the internet last night for like a split second?
Probably.
Oh, hey, who's knocking?
That's just a sound in the
Breathe
soundboard.
air.
Ignore it.
Oh.
Were you what? Sleeping?
Do you ever get sleep, Jimsy?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Get a little bit of.
Last night it was fine. Don't worry. It was just fine. It was a chill late night conversation and everything went well, so don't worry about it.
Cool.
I don't know exactly what you're asking. Like,
Me neither.
what happened? People spoke. People were talking. You spoke. Some new people asked questions. We replied. It was just fine.
No, silly. I was asking if you get any rest. Like, did you get any sleep?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah. What did you think I was saying?
You
Dilly
said some.
dilly.
You asked me something about you. Did I or
No.
something? Yeah.
No, I think if I did, I'm sorry. I may have reversed my words or something. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah. It's all good.
Ew. Ew. Why did I do that?
It was like a rush of people that just joined and they all wanted to ask questions mostly. We still have a bunch of people in the VC. If anyone got any new questions, we have Shimiya joined. She left. We got security.
Actually, I
Shirvash.
want to asking a question again.
Go ahead.
It's not about refraction. I mean, I needed to kind of make my own research, go to the ocean, and then buy some kind of like telescope about that, or yeah.
Damn, Hound, I almost forgot about you. You were the one we were talking to, but then so many people jump in. But go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I mean, there's another of variable. Perhaps it's kind of like out of topic. You guys ever heard about the Victor friend? I mean, I'm not that good in science, but do you think it's kind of like variable, like putting you into superposition, like matter around,
I
or
don't get the
yeah?
question. Can you repeat the question?
No, I'm not repeating the question. It's my own question actually. New
Because
question.
I don't know the question. Can you format the question so?
Yeah, you guys ever heard about Wigner? Wigner is friend, or like a scientist, about particle, about the multiverse or something like that.
I haven't. Can you post something about it so we can go through it? What are you trying to say about it?
What I'm trying to say is kind of like a particle is kind of like, they are, sorry, I kind of like cannot explain it fully in English, but yeah, I'm trying
Okay.
to go with this. So it's actually kind of like, they are pure energy. And then when they are, getting data for the outer or whatever that is that, like reality itself is kind of like bending to who people who saw it.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I just kind of like want to question if you guys kind of like
So Hellhound, the thing is though, what you're saying, you say you don't know how to explain it, so we cannot go of what you're saying. You will have to post something. This is you go find what you're talking about, copy and paste
He
it
was
in the
talking
text.
about the multiverse. Like that's something that has anything to do with anything.
no, it's kind of
It was
like
like
not
bending
multiverse.
reality or something.
Yeah, kind of like, perspective. It's actually not about multiverse. It's kind of like branch of perspective. That's how it is. I'm just asking if you guys know about that and you guys know it's kind of like
About
variable.
perspective? Yeah, people in here know lots about perspective. You want to hear about perspective?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
exactly.
guys. Perspective. Damn, nobody wants to talk about perspective. All right, next topic. Yeah, if you want to formulate like an actual question though, you can try that. But what you brought up about the thing that you don't know about and then warping reality then perspective doesn't make a bunch of sense. So if you can formulate a question, you're welcome to ask.
Nap time.
Hola. Hola. Girl.
5. Hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing? No one here, no one talk. It's Ubuntu. What the heck, guys? No one talk here. Yeah, I will do. That's suspicious.
Ah, as predicted, Flat Lloyd Wright is hanging around somewhere.
No, that one's no, it is Flat Lloyd, right? You're right. I call that shit out or what? I swear to God, man, I'd be having just a chill conversation with people in politics, like we're just having a like all around conspiracy theory conversation, and then here comes the bot. Like fuck, that's the end of that conversation. Lloyd Wright, if you're listening, we love you, man.
Y'all gotta stop talking about the cool stuff when the YouTube bot gets in here. What's up with that?
There wasn't really that much going on.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. Na no ni na ni no no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew.
Are you guys gonna watch the Superb Owl tomorrow?
Hell no.
Just so you know, Joomja, you now have the ability to speak. Please click your microphone button and join in. Just so you know, if you choose not to join in and leave, you will be relocked and a moderator will have to unlock you so you can speak next time. But if you do speak, we can give you the voice verified role and you can join in whenever we're happening. And Pagey Smalls, you also have been unlocked. Feel free to jump on that microphone button, click it, and have a chat. We won't bite much.
Hello. Hello.
There he is. How's it going, mate?
Hey, good. Had to figure out how to turn the mic. I haven't really used Discord before.
Fair enough. So what do you think? We live on a ball, tilting, spinning, wobbling, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
Flat, stationary, enclosed by a firmament.
Flat, stationary, and enclosed. Like a terrarium sort of thing.
Yes, I like the terrarium idea. Yes.
Cool. So, how did you come to that conclusion? Well, you just woke up one Sunday morning and went, that's it, it's flat, I don't care. Ta-da! Well, what happened?
Yeah. No, I don't think it happens that quickly. It was after probably about 6 months before I could really accept it. Watching a bunch of videos. Probably the ones I was watching when I finally accepted it was the Iwaranon. Some of his stuff. But yeah, a lot of research and a lot of time before I could finally understand that, yeah, we don't live on a spinning ball. And the space is fake thing took me a little bit to get past that. But the ISS and all that fakery and stuff. That's the part that took me the longest to get past.
Why is that?
Well, it when you first jump into it, it does look convincing. You're like, wait a second, they're in the ISS, they got a shot of the Earth right there, like what? And then it takes a while to get to the where we catch them faking certain things, right? The glitches and all that, and it just takes a while to get the brain to let go of the indoctrination, really.
I was going to say, if you just scroll down and check out the channels down the bottom,
You go through all of that, and we'll see how quick you let go of it.
Yeah. So you said I could get voice verified?
Yep. Since you've actually spoken and you sound like a human,
All right.
please click. Please, I was going to say we put up the picture. Please click all the squares with flat Earth in it. To test you're not a bot.
Nice.
Alrighty, let's have a look here. Yep, so VC verified will just allow you to jump into channel. You won't have to have someone unlock your mic. Please make sure you read the rules of the welcome thing. You've probably been here a while and read them already. But just go back through them, mate, just to make sure.
Awesome.
Shirts in
Thank
the
you.
back. Shirts in the back. Snacks on the way.
So now we'll just have a quick look and see if it's happened. And here's VC verified. Weapons grade. There you go, mate.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So you'll probably find now that you're verified, there's a few extra channels that have popped up so you can see.
Hey, when it comes to TFE, don't forget your green sunscreen.
Yeah, I did watch that when that was going on. Sad to see our boy Whitsit get involved in that.
Yeah, you gotta put on that green sunscreen for that shit.
Yeah, that was a mess.
So tell me, you're sitting in the
Yeah.
room, you're minding your own business like we all are now, and some little glober comes in and goes, yeah, but the 24-hour sun proves a globe Earth. What are you going to say to him?
Yeah. So the light. It's a lights in the sky argument ultimately for me at least. Also, I do believe that I'm not sure there is a 24-hour sun. There might be. I don't. I don't consider what they produced valid and exclusive evidence of a 24-hour sun. So,
Fair enough.
but again, to me, it's a lights in the sky argument. Look, you want to determine the shape of or the shape or curvature of the Earth. You look down, not up. That's kind of my take on it. Also, again, like I said, I think it was fraudulent in my opinion. It's like we really live in a situation where we didn't have a video of a 24-hour sun until last year. Like that's the world we live in. And it just looks totally fake. The whole everything about it, even the way everybody acted afterwards, including this and especially Whitsit. It's and I just don't buy it. And Jaren with the even if even if there was a 24-hour sun and there was valid proof of it existing, that doesn't change the shape of the Earth. It doesn't change the measurements. It doesn't.
You
Yes,
know what that shit
is it?
reminds me of? It reminds me of like a gay dude who purposely tries to go out with a chick and take all these selfies with a chick and like show everybody he's straight, he's got a chick. You know what I mean? You're like, all right, bro, you're straight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Right. I was kind of hoping something would happen, this year, like somebody else would go down and, oh, here's a video. Yes, it really is a 24-hour sun. Or no, I went down there and there wasn't. But that didn't seem to happen.
It's like if I want to prove to people that I'm sober, I'm not gonna go try to bring a crackhead down to my AA meeting so he can go tell all the crackheads. You know what I mean? It's just like ridiculous, bro. It just shows you don't put your faith in man. You know what I mean? No matter what.
Yep.
I'd have thought the second that Jaron put his hand up, it would have just been, yeah, nah, anything that happens from here on is just null and void.
What are we talking about?
Oh, the 24-hour sun clown show.
Well, I sent Vincent like it's like, and if you put it into a Word document, it's like 3-4 pages maybe. Like when he was like, "Yeah, I want to go," I was like, "No, like, bro, like you remember we never claimed that there couldn't be a 24-hour sun in the south. We considered that multiple times, and even if there is, then that doesn't prove anything, right? Right?" And he never responded after my long tirade of like, "Bro, because I watched like a video that he made right before he left, and he was like, whoa, whoa, saying a bunch of stuff that I was like, bro, we've never said this. Where is this coming from? You know our position. You've been here for years. You should know that we're not claiming a map or model. So
It
that
was
wouldn't
my
debunk
opinion.
anything.
It was my opinion that he was just looking for a way out. I think he wanted to monetize his YouTube.
Yeah, Jaren for sure.
The only thing that would have made it legit is if they would have made them wear chicken suit costumes to go down there. You know what I mean?
Well, it would have made it just as legit. It's the same amount of legitimacy either way. It's not actually addressing any of our claims, so it has nothing to do with us. They're debunking the anti 24-hour South Sunners. That's not us. Yeah, we say we don't know the geometry of the sky or how the sky works because we don't have enough data. And so what could cause the sun to be acting like that? We don't know. The Earth measures flat, though. You could look at that.
Kind of like the Illuminati card, right? Like the flat earthers know something. Well, what do they know? They know the surface of water is flat.
Yeah, and just like with the Pizzagate, uh, it the it's spun into being like, oh no, Hillary Clinton is doing all this crazy stuff in the basement of the pizza parlor. Oh no, the pizza parlor doesn't have a basement. Therefore, conspiracy theorists are bad. But there's still stuff happening. Like you're still ignoring all the evidence, and the Epstein files really uh, support all of the WikiLeaks, Pizzagate stuff. Uh, not how the media framed it, but how the actual researchers did the research and the actual evidence from the files.
media framed it as some kind of conspiracy theory about Hillary Clinton in a basement that it didn't exist, and because the basement didn't exist, the conspiracy was bunk. But the emails tell a story, and people can read the emails for themselves if they want to. Just like the media tells you the Earth is a globe, but the Earth tells you a different story.
People act like, oh, this is new. It's like, oh, really? Oh, there's a bunch of elitists and celebrities and powerful people doing horrible things. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Fucking idiots.
Well, it seems like they didn't actually study any of history, because that's basically all of history, bro. There's always some guy painted as the good guy, but if you actually study history, you'll realize that that's all of history. There's always bad things. There's always bad people. There's always good people in between, but good people don't organize in secret and cooperate against the general public to get their ends across. Bad people do.
I mean, what's sad is that, like, most of it is that there's going to be a couple of patsies. The rest will go free, no consequences, apart from maybe a little bit of a tainted fucking career, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, like before that, there was you know, Andy Warhol taking everybody's, you know, all the rich's kids up into attics alone to teach them art. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. There was Aleister Crowley. There was Ron Hubbard. There was Jack Parsons and all their demented freaking things they did, and like, I mean, it's just big, and like you said, throughout history, right? Like, wake up.
Yeah, and those are the the most commonly known ones. There's so if you just look at like how many satanic cults have abused children around the world? Oh well, that's thousands. Like, where the fuck is this coming from? How is this? Why are churches being infiltrated, but not these groups? What?
It's the parasites.
I think it's because they frame Christian nationalism as radical or terroristic, borderline, whereas satanic PDF files get designated to conspiracy theory. Oh, probably doesn't exist. Everything that kind of stuff that exists is the thing we already discovered, and like we keep discovering more, like because it's forced upon us because the victims come forward, but like it's all done now. But we found another one. Oh, it's all done now. It's an endless repeat. You have to be kind of blind to not realize that this is a pervasive problem. It's like, where's the FBI investigation into Marina Abramovich? Hmm? The world is just so much darker than most people realize because they live in a bubble. There's like bubbles within bubbles. And they've never been outside their bubble. They don't really know how the world works, how the powerful move, what the sordid desires they have, what powers they serve. Because they just looking like for the getting laid and what's the next game gonna be and what's the show I'm gonna watch tonight, what I'm gonna have for dinner, can I actually afford to live in this house. They're too preoccupied with the games that have been put in front of their faces to actually realize what the problem is and how they are being limited and their children's futures are being taken away. But I can't blame many of them. They were trained to be oblivious and they haven't actually encountered or had to face adversity on that level where they realized, well, the things they told me were wrong. And so they're kind of still living in that interior bubble, uh, unable to grasp that there's anything outside.
And you don't realize how bad it is with people not understanding. until they get thrown headfirst into it. And a classic example, for years and years, I've been whinging and bitching about Facebook doing weird stuff. And my mum has always just fobbed it off. Oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. They don't do things like that. There's nothing to worry about. All of a sudden, she's got her own little Facebook page. And all these problems start happening because people putting in complaints. And now she's a crazy conspiratard because she's got a canning page or whatever the shit is. And she's bitching to me now that all these horrible things keep happening. It's like, I've been telling you about this stuff for the last 10 years and you keep fobbing it off. Now you're in it. You understand what's going on. You understand that it's being controlled and manipulated to suit someone else. Welcome to the real world, Neo.
Yeah, and it's extra bad with this digital age because back in the day, you used to have people-to-people interactions, and people kind of judged by that. And of course, you got talented liars, and that kind of works, but that takes talent. With the computer age, they can censor you, they can shadow ban you, they can prioritize garbage, they can try to manipulate you using psychological manipulation tactics. And they do that non-stop because there's no regulation against it, and you're allowed to use manipulation tactics. Yeah, Iago, TFE results. It's kind of like if Bilbo Baggins shat in a diaper and handed it to Frodo, and Frodo brought it all the way to the Mount Doom and dropped it in, and then it had no effect because it was unrelated. I'm just like, if you want to go through all that effort to try to debunk us, how about trying to debunk the actual claim? Like, measure Earth curvature? That's what I've been asking. That's what we've been asking for like 10 years. Like, is that so hard? If it is curved, it should be measurable. But no. The fan moves in a circle above the drink on the table. Therefore, Earth must be a ball. Or we get, well, the air moves around a tree. Therefore, the Earth is rotating. These are the kinds of arguments we get to try to justify the globe. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is not a coherent counter-argument to the Earth measures flat. That would be Earth measures curved. Here's the evidence. Oh, you don't have any? Well, how about trying to find it by going out and measuring the Earth? And, well, if it's curved, you could be like, hey, bro, here's the Earth curved. But when it's not, you're going to have to say refraction. So you're going to have to try to quantify, because we can say the same thing. When you say, oh, well, here it looks a little curved. Well, we can just say refraction at any point. If that's your standard of evidence, just, well, ad hoc refraction. So you need to check the conditions. What's the temperature at the target location? What's the temperature at the source? And you can figure out, using those metrics, if the light could actually bend and hit the target. Worst part is they need really unrealistic bending to actually get this done. Air is not very refractive, and the difference between slight temperatures is not great at all. So there's not a lot of refraction. And when you have similar or conditions between target and source, well, then you turn it into a problem for the globe, because it can't bend down back into the original position, because the conditions just don't exist for it. Even worse is globers kind of assume that all the light is bending down because there's pressure. So there's greater pressure at the ground level, so there's more optical density below. This is true. However, optical density is more dominated by temperature rather than pressure, and we have a temperature gradient, so the air is hotter near the surface, colder above. So that's an inverse of the pressure affecting the optical gradient. So those two things equalize and balance each other out. But then you also have a humidity gradient, and humidity is less optically dense than normal air. And so that causes a slight slant in the direction of the air is generally uh, about as dense around ground level, but sometimes fluctuates a little bit towards being less dense or more dense, but generally equalized. That creates that long distance view we have because of the pretty much equalized, generally equalized view. So the light travels up and down based on the temperature and the pressure differentials, because we live in an anisotropic, inhomogeneous medium. And so that does not mean that light is bending around the globe. That would mean angle change, not just slight up and down, which is a deviation from normal or level. And we can observe this when we watch time lapses of long distance horizons. We can see things rise and fall, compress or stretch out based on the light going up and down in that pathway. Because we don't have a uniform medium that can bend light uniformly down for miles and miles to make the world appear flat. That would create a condition that would make the air inhospitable to life, because because you're making the light bend so much that the optical density needs to change so much, and so you need to change the temperature and the pressure so much that you can make the light bend back down. We don't see any evidence of this. We don't see anything that correlates with this. And if it were happening, which we don't see any evidence of, the light would also be separating by wavelengths, and we would be able to measure that and be able to see that as evidence in all long-range photographs where we see too far. We don't see any evidence of that, so there's no reason to actually believe that's happening other than people tell you when you have faith in those people. That's just a religious belief. Yeah, see, I don't like one of those diagrams that they painted there. You see the diagrams in the middle where they have the light from the prow of the ship traveling from, in their mind, a more dense medium up into a less dense medium and then turning around? That doesn't make sense with refraction at all. This wouldn't happen if this distribution was like this. This is just imaginary lines created to try to justify shit. That's one of the things I hate about their attempts at explaining refraction oftentimes is either perfect uniform curves or anything that would match the view to my belief. And that's just not good enough for me.
Well, to claim that light is somehow following a surface curvature underneath it, you'd have to demonstrate that there's that surface curvature underneath it to begin with.
Yeah. They're just moving the goalpost. Like, they moved the goalpost to refraction because they couldn't prove geometry. And now we've checkmate them completely on refraction using infrared. And so now they've moved on to just trying to poison the well or just run away from the topic. Like, I've never heard anyone give any kind of rebuttal or any kind of evidence to actually support their claim that refraction is causing us to see further. It's just an ad hoc excuse.
Mr. Finch 79, you're now unlocked. Feel free to join in on the conversation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Crikey, I've been knighted. Look at me go.
Are you down in Australia?
Yes, I'm in Australia.
Very cool.
Today is.
And
Yeah, temperature's down a bit.
it was a little warmer for me. I'm in Texas.
So what do you think? We're on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, flying through the vacuum of space, or is it planar with topography?
I believe in a biblical geocentric model of the universe. I don't believe it is a ball. I believe it is a stationary, as you might say, flat plane. I came to
So
that
you're
realization in about
yeah, keep going.
2016. Sorry.
Oh, nice. No, I was going to ask something else, but you sort of half answered it. So how'd you come to that realization?
That would qualify you as an OG flat earther.
Appreciate that. To answer your question, I was sitting at my computer watching some YouTube videos. I saw a couple on flight paths, and then saw one in particular about a star in a jar, and some other different ones with scripture references. And I started looking into it more. And I'm like, it just hit me, and I'm like, this is true. It all makes so much more sense. It all fits to me. It all fits together. There's different pieces that fit together, and like the second law of thermodynamics, that fits. And like, yeah, that makes sense. You can't, where's the container that can keeps the vacuum of space separate from the atmosphere of the Earth? It's like, so. Yep. But most of my
very
family
good.
doesn't believe the same. Thankfully, my wife was totally on board with it. I showed her, and she's like, it just hit her too, just mind blown, and she's on board. So I'm like, I know some people have spouses that they don't
freak
see
out.
it the same way. Yeah, exactly. But I'm thankful that she's like right there with me. So it's just been a journey slowly, just trying to, like everybody says, leave breadcrumbs, try to talk about it a little bit here and there, not push it down anybody's throat. And I've talked to a few people here and there, and they're intrigued, but I don't know if they're would or like all for it. So
yeah, I get you. Have you heard of Project Fishbowl and Project Dominic?
Yes.
Yeah, when they nuked the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Russians also nuked the sky, and they carpet bombed basically the sky over all of Russia, and the CIA intercepted messages from the Russian scientists, and when the Russian scientists were talking internally about what they were doing, they were mapping the reflectivity of the firmament.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
I did hear that. I don't know if I've ever heard that Russia was doing the same thing. I think that's new information to me.
Yeah, you can look at a map of the history of all nukes exploded over the world. You'll see they systematically carpet bombed the skies over all of Russia to accomplish this. And I should be able to find you the number so you can look up on the CIA's website or the government's website the actual files where they're talking about this.
That makes sense. So they were mapping it out to try and figure out the shape and how big it was and everywhere it reached. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I think they said reflectivity. So you got to think as well. Like shortly after they were doing all this stuff, they were like sending radio waves all around the world and stuff like that. And
yeah,
they were like, oh well, we got to create satellites and stuff like that. And if you know how things reflect in the sky, you could create a ground position that is beaming something up to a point in the sky that's reflecting down from that point.
well, that would be cool. Actually, I have to jump off. My wife is like, dinner's ready, so I gotta go eat dinner now.
Yeah, have fun.
I've been meaning to jump on one of these calls. I just never had the ability to. So I was like, oh, I can jump on now. I'm free. So Very cool. I look forward to more conversations and continuing the journey.
Cool, man. Alrighty.
Thank
Catch
you.
up.
He jumped out. I was going to add Simpsons here. Yeah, all of those topics I was just making songs about. Wait, your mic appears to be coming on and off. Seems like you have a hot mic.
Ads attack. Just in case.
Well, I guess I'll play Project Fistball because of the contact. Oh, ignore like the first 13 seconds. I'll cut that in the final edit. I'm still in the works of making all the songs.
Cold light, cold language. Project Dominic, high altitude fire. Not just America, pushing higher. Called it firmament. Russia lit the sky from end to end. Whole regions burned for what they'd send. They called it firmament. Not every word, but what reflects. When it hits what's over, they called it firmament. The classified pages, careful tone, map and response. Not unknown. They called it firmament. They didn't ask what the sky